I'd like to call the meeting to order. The North Hunterdon-Voorhees Regional High School District Board of Education meeting on Tuesday, March 17th, 2026 is now called to order. In accordance with the requirements of the Open Public Meeting Act, NJSA 10-4-6, adequate notice giving the time, date, location, and to the extent known, the agenda of this meeting was sent to the Hunterdon County Democrat, Star Ledger, and Courier News on January 7th, 2026, and published on January 12th, 2026, and subsequently re-advertised on the district website. In addition, notice of this meeting has been posted at the North Hunterdon High School and Voorhees High School, provided to the municipal clerks of Bethlehem Township, California Borough, Town of Clinton, Clinton Township, Franklin Township, Glen Gardner Borough, Hampton Borough, Highbridge Borough, Lebanon Township, Tewksbury Township, and Union Township, as well as other interested parties, and posted on the district website. Fire exits are located in the direction indicated. If alerted to fire, please move in a calm and orderly fashion to the nearest smoke-free exit. Restrooms are located through the doors behind this desk and to the right as indicated. At this time, please silence all cell phones. And I would just read the mission statement. The North Hunterdon-Voorhees Regional High School District empowers all students through innovative and personalized learning to achieve their full potential, embrace lifelong learning, and contribute responsibly to a changing world. Roll call.
Ms. Ayers?
Here.
Mr. Chapman?
Here.
Mr. Hanley?
Here.
Ms. Hintz?
Here.
Mr. Lordy?
Here.
Mr. Matthews?
Here.
Ms. Mizikappa? Here. Mr. Morgan?
Here.
Ms. Reyes?
Here.
Mr. Spanton?
Here.
Ms. Stein?
Here.
Mr. Kaisek?
Here. All right, please stand for the flag salute.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. So as far as our work session goes, we do have our minutes from the prior meeting. Didn't know if there was any items or anything there that caught anyone's eye or needed any additional attention or anything to discuss. Okay, we will vote on those next week. Next, we have the Chief School Administrator's Report. Dr. Burgess.
And so as we've been doing so far in the committee as a whole structure, I'll give my full report next week. There was a resolution on there just for your reading pleasure to recognize the unsung heroes that were recognized on March 4th, I believe. And so it was a great ceremony from what I understand, but you'll get a full report next week and the resolution. So. Unless there's any questions on the monthly reports.
Okay. And then I don't know, I know it was mentioned in your report regarding the CBS broadcast. And I didn't know if that was something that you would, I know you shared it with us, and I didn't know if at some point it was something we might draw more attention to, either through newsletter, whether it's the school newsletter or the district newsletter. I think it's just a very noteworthy sort of celebration of local community. And it was great to see both yourself and Tara as part of that and sort of really embodying the school and the community.
It was a great opportunity. I think we should get as much traction out of that as we could. It was, not very often is our district featured on a national, news syndicate. And I think it was a great story. I think they did a great job, and I was proud to be a part of it. I know Tara was as well. We were there on Sunday to meet Dave and the crew. And so yes, I think we will definitely get that posted on the website, get some information out there, and then include that in newsletters, make sure our parents know.
Yeah.
And I loved, first they highlighted our unified, but it encapsulates in what he had said about small pockets, and these started decades ago. And our district has been very instrumental in making sure all of our students are included. So it was such an honor, and our district does an outstanding job. Least restrictive environment, and everybody's included. So it shines brightly on our special education and our administrators and our teachers, and our paraprofessionals. So it was great.
Okay.
It's great.
People.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good people.
Brad?
5.5 is new, right? Would that be part of the law change recently?
Yes. So I added that the intent of the law is to make sure that the public knows where to find all of our legal ads now. So now that we're not doing newspaper advertisements, I'm trying to put it in as many places as I can, so I figured on the agenda is a good place, because a lot of people will look here, and then they'll know where to find our new advertisements, which is on the legal notices section of our website. So thank you for the opportunity to say that too.
All right, as far as my report goes, we are getting close to the board self-evaluation and CSA evaluation. Dr. Burgess will be finishing up his portion of that by the end of this month. So as we move into April, we'll get a notification and an email process for you to log in to the CSA evaluation. There's multiple parts to that CSA evaluation. It goes through each of the district's goals and leadership qualities, where you are commenting on what you've seen or giving feedback and providing an overall rating. And then similarly, there is a second section that is sort of a board self-evaluation, where we can provide feedback on our work, the things that we feel we can improve upon, or potentially even suggesting the direction of board goals as far as that might go. So we'll keep you apprised of that. Next week, we have, if you recall, we were reinstituting the board leadership roundtable with our constituent districts. So Tara and I were making ourselves available next week. I know a number of the districts have signaled their availability to attend. I don't know if we have the exact enrollment on that yet. It's probably still evolving. And I know I had reached out and sort of said if there were topics or things that you thought that would be brought to that table, certainly send them my way. I'm just naturally anticipating the budget challenges that all districts face will be part of that conversation, as districts are sort of talking about where they are with all of that and the particular challenges they may be facing. That has often been a forum for shared services, so I wouldn't be surprised with those kinds of conversations continuing. And I think we had an update also about the regionalizations grant being received, submitted, and in right
So
now.
we were able to get it submitted today, so it's officially submitted. So the School Regionalization Efficiency Program grant is in the state's hands now. As soon as we hear about that, I'll let you know.
And I guess I only bring that up because I know a number of our sending districts are parties to that as well.
Clinton Township, Franklin Township, Union Township, and Highbridge.
And then separately, sort of in that spirit of district communication, I know we had begun some preliminary conversation based on some outreach from Franklin Township. So those conversations are being set up and will proceed to sort of get a better understanding of some of their questions, some of their thoughts, and that kind of conversation about where districts can support one another, help one another out, and with regionalization being on the table, I don't know if that's an inroad to that type of conversation, but we'll certainly keep you posted as far as that goes as well. The last reminder is that we have our preliminary budget adoption at the regular board meeting, so next week, March 24th, 2026, 7 p.m. at the district office. Any questions on any of those items? All right, that brings us to our opportunity for public comment. During this portion of the meeting, the public is invited to address the Board of Education with comments. You're requested to sign the register provided and state your name, municipality of residence, group affiliation if applicable, and direct your comments to the school board president. While all comments will be considered by the Board of Education, a response may be forthcoming if and when appropriate. Individual school board members may not respond to the speakers at the time of their appearance. The public comment period will be a maximum of 30 minutes in length unless there are unusual circumstances. You will be allocated 3 minutes to speak, and no one will be permitted to speak more than once on the same topic until all others who wish to speak on that topic have been heard. Please keep your comments respectful and non-defamatory, and maintain the level of decorum appropriate for a public meeting where students may be present and in the audience. Do we have anybody who would wish to speak at this time? Okay. And with that confirmation, we will move forward to, thank you. Curriculum instruction and technology, we have the one home instruction item. I don't know if there's anything specific to discuss or note there.
There's not, I did want to note that, typically we have been having a presentation from Rich Brown each month, in this area. I asked him actually to forego that for this month, because we wanted to focus really on the budget. We figured we would have a lot of information on the budget. We don't have a lot of information for you tonight. We're going to have some discussion, but the big presentation will be at the meeting next week because of all the budget timelines were pushed up. And I thought about asking Rich to do a presentation last week, but I thought that might be a little too much asking him to do in a week, so. No one will complain if we have a short meeting on St. Patrick's Day, so.
Okay. Brian?
Question, it's a theme we've had just going on for a little while about, home instruction is another one that falls under this category. Next week we'll vote on accepting home instruction. It's another example of what are we exactly doing when we vote yes or no on that? I mean, obviously, well, I should say, I can only speak for myself. I don't know the details
Right.
of the dozen things going on there. So it's another one of these, like, are we just acknowledging receipt?
I think in the past, when it's been at the committee level, it's generally recognizing that home instruction is sometimes required because of students' physical or mental condition. There's a recommendation. The administration sort of vets and affirms and provides that. And it's not something that we've ever, in my understanding, sort of yay or nayed, but rather if there has been conversation, it's been maybe more about trends or something like that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We don't actually vote on that?
Well, I think usually the committee would recommend approval of all of the items there. So it gets bundled under that.
I'll just add it to the list of questions of what are we, when we vote, are we voting receipt? Are we voting approve?
So,
Acknowledge, yeah.
Yeah, I believe you're voting to approve this as an expense, basically, just like a bills list, right? Where, the information is, the goods and services have already been provided. This is the same thing where we're bound by legislative code to provide home instruction for a student that is required for it. And as a transparency to the public, the board votes on these things to say, yes, we are voting to affirm that these things are happening and we're aware of it happening. And that's, I think, why you vote on it.
Yeah.
It's not that you necessarily know the details on whether or not the third person on that list is eligible for home instruction. That's what you would count on my office for, and the office of Mike Squarsha and, other people in our district that are, making sure that the processes are functioning the way they should. But as a board, you have the responsibility to say, yes, we approve these expenses so that these students can continue with their academics, even in their current situation that requires home instruction.
Can you just briefly, I guess, summarize the process that they have to go through to apply for home instruction if,
Sure.
if they need it? I mean,
Since I have him here, Mike, do you mind giving a quick overview of the process of home instruction?
Sure. There are a few different reasons why a student would qualify for home instruction. Most of them are medical situations where we get a doctor's note where they're going to be out of school in excess of 10 days. And then we approve that. We go through the process. We try to get a beginning and end date. Sometimes those services are provided within the district, and we have one of our teachers go out and work with them, usually at least 2 teachers. They cover the subjects, and a certain number of hours are allotted based on that time frame from the medical note. And then in some cases, there is an outside agency that's working with them, and then they'll provide the hours to support the student's instruction. We give that information to that tutor or to the student, depending, and then they fill those hours, and then we pay that third party. So it can be a little different.
Okay.
So, yeah, but we always have some kind of medical documentation or some kind of, there are times where we put a student out administratively, and then we are required to provide home instruction. So we can either put them out for certain reasons and then provide home instruction, or there's a medical or some other kind of, I guess it's really only medical that we
Yeah.
would put them out for. And then we get documentation of that from the physician, we verify that with our physician and make sure that they are provided the hours that they are required by law.
Okay.
And some of those hours vary depending on whether or not they are regular education or special ed.
On the second from the bottom, the end date is in 1826. So. We'll fix that, so. It's a new one. It says start 3/5/26 and then end 3/1/18/26.
Yeah, we need to fix
Yeah.
that end date.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Listen, you don't know their condition.
I know, right? Back to
Well, you
back
see
to
your
the future.
time traveler.
Time traveler.
We will fix that type.
Marty.
For sure.
Yeah.
This is why we have a work session.
Andrew?
Just wondering if we're approving this as an expense, should there be a cost associated with it so we can see a total expense? I'm just, that, I'm not sure that we are approving it as from an expense standpoint or not. It sound like maybe that, or I'm not certain that that's 100% the case, but if there is, I do think then we should have an understanding of how much
Sure.
the cost is.
Yeah, no, I get that.
But I think if I understand what you're saying, Katie, it's just an awareness, I'm sorry, Andrea. It's an awareness of the cost rather than an evaluation of an individual
Absolutely, and I have
case.
seen it
Yeah.
done, the cost on other agendas, I have seen the cost, say, for what the hourly rate for the teacher.
Got
So
it.
I've seen it presented in a different way, but we were aware of the cost that we were approving and aware that, the cost that is borne by the district
Yeah.
to do this.
Got it.
So yeah, my follow-up is to find out why the board is approving that, whether it's because of an expense.
Right, and it's not
which
for
you
an
should have a total
expense.
number, or if it's just that you need to, by some legislative code, approve that this student is eligible for home instruction, or what the actual purpose of it is.
Doesn't that kind of show on the bills list, or not really broken down enough?
When the individuals are paid, then it will show up on a bills list because the check is issued.
Got it.
But this is just approving the students to be able, that are eligible for the home instruction to get it.
Yep.
So you do see it twice, actually, I guess. But in this situation, you don't know the teacher providing it. But on the bills list, you know the teacher providing it, but you don't know which student they provided it to. So it is a little disjointed there.
It sounds like the why is going to have to involve digging into the legislative code.
Yeah, and that's what I need to dig into, is find out exactly what the purpose of, what you're doing when you approve this. So.
Thanks.
And then I guess, Andrea, to your point, the rate is whether it's the stipended rate for home instruction from a teacher here, or if a student is in a placement somewhere, whatever that cost might be.
Yeah, and again, we do have a contracted rate, so it is,
Okay.
So it is fixed across.
it is a fixed rate per hour, and then it's based, the amount of hours that are here, that's what it will cost.
Got it.
But I'll get you that fixed rate.
Well, it's
I don't
good
know
that
off
it's
the top of my
fixed.
That was gonna be my next question.
Right. 'cause
That's
It is fixed, yeah,
Thank you.
it's in our
That's also-
schedule,
that's
I
good to hear.
believe, but,
So would it be better off just to put it on there so you don't have to?
Like the fixed rate.
Correct.
yeah, we could put that maybe just as right underneath the
Like a
table,
footnote?
says, current contract rate of whatever per hour.
Now, if it's not a teacher from the district that provides it, and it's from a third party, is that a different rate?
It is. Well, it can be. We try to negotiate that with the third parties and say, here's what we pay for this. Sometimes if it's a third party, it's usually a student is in some type of an institution that, they provide the home instruction as part of their treatment.
Okay.
But I think we usually negotiate that to our hourly rate, right?
Yeah, they're all contracted, they're on our approved list.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then, yes, the answer is yes. It is the same rate.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving forward, we're going to policy and school security. The policy ad hoc committee did meet again last week. We have a number of items to bring forward. Brian, I'm going to hand off to you to sort of preface what's here and why it's here. I believe these were shared through Rich's communication that they would be coming up for the first read. And the other thing I had alerted the board was we did have a discussion in the policy ad hoc. I think I clarified that a question had come up as to whether or not we were in compliance with the Open Public Meetings Act by not enumerating the policy specifically, and the answer was that we were in compliance. In other words, the link format that we were providing previously was permissible, but the committee felt that when there's a small number of policies like this, it might just serve as a good clarity and reminder for all of us. Here they are, you could kind of see them. Obviously, if there were larger policy adoptions, like when we moved from our one vendor to the other, enumerating them all becomes unwieldy on the agenda. So that's just sort of an update kind of pertaining to the different appearance of these being here. So that said, I will hand off to Brian to sort of preface what these are and why they're here before we talk about any of them.
Right, so what you're seeing here for 9.1 and 9.2 are policies and regulations / exhibits that we did not get in our original school board's policy
Bundle?
manual.
Bundle manual? Yeah.
Bundle, right. So these were ones that should have been there when we adopted this in June of last year. We had a spreadsheet that said, here's your old policy, here's how it maps onto the new policies. And what we all failed to do was to actually go through and make sure that every one of the new policies was actually in our manual. So through a process that really, through a kind of serendipitous happening that doesn't really matter why, but school boards identified, oh, wow, we didn't put those in your manual. These 3 policies and 6 regulations / exhibits. So the ad hoc committee had some other ideas about what to do in the policy space, but we decided this was going to take precedence. It had to. These are policies that we meant to have in the set. They were supposed to be there, and somehow they just didn't get uploaded. So we didn't want by any means to just call a mulligan and just have them appear. So we said, well, we have to go through the process. So we're doing a first reading today. This is very much analogous to that day, the meeting in June of last year where we said we're going to adopt them all in one fell swoop. Again, first reading, second reading, we follow the process. And so we as a team, as the ad hoc committee, took a look, before when we had whatever it is, how many policies we have, we tried to read through them, but we didn't really go into depth. We decided that we were going to adopt it full scale and then work through them after we adopted. This time with just 3 policies, a number of us took a look. We didn't see any red flags. There's some things that maybe we want to touch on in the future, analogous to the paragraph on playgrounds or something like that, where school boards has kind of a template and parts of it may not apply to us. But otherwise, there's no, I'll say from my eyes, there was no red flags that would prevent me from recommending that we go through these policies to do first reading today. And of course, it isn't until second reading next week that they actually are adopted. This is to get them in front of the board. Regulations, I'll remind you, and / exhibits are not subject to the first reading, second reading process. In fact, technically, the administration basically owns regulations. This is how they're going to implement the policy's objectives, the board's objectives as stated through the policies. But the practice has been in this board ever since I've been here, and as far as I know, to bring them in front of the board and make sure that the board understands when there is a regulation that's being put into the manual, that the board sees it and has a chance to comment on it. So those are not going through, that's why they're separate from the first readings, but next week we will also vote to adopt those. That's the intent, is to have the policies that you see there, the 3 and the 6 regulations as exhibits on the agenda next week for voting.
So a couple of things, like, and I don't know, like in the first read, we had a little bit of a conversation or sort of pointed out that the regulation on smoking talked about parent outreach being done by the principals, and, you know, it came up that it's probably not something that's done by the principals, but potentially through counseling or some other designee in the district, so that would be sort of a detail for Rich to confirm. Also, things like the disciplinary procedures. Wait, I'm trying to remember, is that one on here, the disciplinary procedures one? Might not be.
Yeah, the code of conduct.
Oh, code of conduct. Regulation, just making sure that the code of conduct regulation, since this is newly to us from school boards, does in fact match our code of conduct that we give out to students. So something that the principals would potentially review and vet to ensure that those things are in sync as far as that goes. But it is an opportunity. I didn't know if there were other items or other dimensions of the policies that folks had questions on or would want to have administration take a closer look at something. Obviously, there's that opportunity still next week as these come up.
And also point out, this was, as Brian said, we're not part of it, but going forward with the working session, when we have policies, it'll be first readings, and then the next month will be second, like we traditionally had done in the past under committee, but these had to be done, you know, because they were missing. They should have been there, but they weren't. So that's why we're doing the first reading now and then the voting on next Tuesday. But going forward, now that everything's in place, we'll have first reading one month, and then the next month will be the second reading and voting. Yeah.
Yeah, so it feels like everything we've been doing so far in 2026 have been exceptions
Yeah,
to the rules that we want to apply.
Right.
But they've been these kind of, one, you know, because we had to get a policy on the books, we're overdue to have a policy on the books. And now this one came up. So that's item one of three that I have. But I don't want to cut that conversation short.
Questions, clarifications?
So the thought process on this is going to be adopt these next week and then have the administration look at them to review, or
No.
have?
In the interim, like in other words, the final version should be ready for next week
So it's
if there's any
possible
tweaking
that
or
next
changing.
week there will be corrections or edits made, so we'll go back to a first reading.
To the policies, no.
No.
We've already gone through
Oh,
the
okay.
policies, and
Okay.
I don't see anything that has to be changed in the policy. For the regulations, as Brenda mentioned, of like smoking prohibition and stuff, there might be still a couple language changes because I haven't gotten through all of those yet.
But those aren't subject to first, second
They're not,
readings, so
exactly.
that's why it can just be adopted.
Yeah,
Right.
so
Okay.
next week, unless somebody has something they want changed from the board level, on the policies, those will be presented to you as they are tonight for a second reading. And then the regulations, again, might have a couple wording changes. Like Brendan had mentioned, the parental outreach, it says the principal is responsible for parental outreach, well, maybe principal or their designee, right? Instead of just the principal. And so we might add some words like that just to clarify it.
Any other items?
Okay.
All right.
Number two, no,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brian.
not so, you're not going to get off so easy here.
Well, all right, I didn't.
The second item is an item, is what I'm going to be calling, what I want to call perfunctory housekeeping. So Stephen noticed, for example, in the manual, for a few instances, it looks like we have two policies with the same number. It turns out all it is this, one of the two, the one that's appropriate to be a regulation, actually should have an R behind it. So it's the associated regulation. So all it is there was basically, I'll call it a typo. Somebody didn't type in the R when they entered it into the manual. So you're not changing anything about the language of the policy, the spirit of the policy, the intent of the policy. All you're doing is clarifying in the manual that there's not two policies, 1, 2, 3, 4. One of them is regulation 1, 2, 3, 4, which is indicated by an R. So when those are discovered, and hopefully there's not very many to discover, we are advocating, the ad hoc committee is advocating that the administration just makes that change. It doesn't require a first and second reading to change the title to the correct title.
It's a clerical error.
It's a clerical error. Thank you, that's a much better term. And then there's a second type of clerical error that is because of the school board's adoption. And that is, so after the policy, if you look at a policy, most of them have this, at the very end, there's a set of references. There's a reference to legal, state code items. And there's kind of like a cross-reference between different policies within the manual. In some of those cases, those policies that school boards, their reference list is just a copy-paste. But we don't have one of those policies in the reference, the cross-reference. So again, what we're suggesting is that's a clerical error that shouldn't, we should not have a reference to policy 6789, because we don't have 6789, even though school board's base default does have a 6789. Of course, I'm making the numbers up. And administration would just delete that cross-reference. It doesn't have to go through a first and second reading, because we're not changing anything about what why the policy's there and what it's doing. It's just being correct. And so I wanted to bring that up in case there was strong feeling that that's not a good strategy to correct clerical errors. That the board wants to see all those and go through the process of first read, second read. We have a lot of stuff to do, so I hope we could not have to do that.
School boards did weigh in on that as well, and they said there is no legal reason for those to be board approved, but of course it's up to the purview of the boards.
Yeah, their legal counsel
Yeah.
had an opinion that way. Okay. Last for us is, based on those two things I just discussed, clerical errors and, oops, we forgot to upload some things. We thought it would be good for the rest of the board to know that we've started to wrestle with, was that a right decision to move from Strauss-Esme to school boards? That's money we've already spent and effort we've already spent, and it's not something I don't think would advocate to do anything quickly, but what's hanging over our heads is, okay, now we want to actually go in and start making sure that all the policies, and then we might actually be tweaking real substance, not just errors. And some of that work would be silly to do if we knew in 6 months, say, or, if you had a crystal ball and said, in 6 months we're going to punt and say, go back to Strauss-Esme. That would be silly to spend a bunch of board's time kind of massaging the policy, continuing to make it what we really want it to be, and then swap over back to their language. So nothing to recommend or anything like that. The ad hoc committee thought it was important that the board know that we're starting to wrestle with that idea.
Andrew, and then Meryl and Andrea.
For those of us who were not privy when that decision was made, what was the driving factor to make that change? And how often would something like that generally occur, the switch?
The recommendation originally came from the prior superintendent, before he departed. And it was actually, I think it was my first year on the board, and I was in the policy committee, and he showed up and said, I recommend we go to school boards. And then over the next year, the board sort of went back and forth and discussed it. I think historically, school boards' pitch has always been that their policies are briefer and more, reader user-friendly. There is a little bit of a fiscal advantage. There's a couple $1,000s difference for an annual subscription to one or the other. But as Brian said, I think the two instances that we've had now of either playing catch-up or being alerted to misses in the policy book is creating sort of the moment. Dr. Burgess, I don't know if you have anything more about the rationale for the change. I know where sort of, the person who made the recommendation isn't here to articulate that.
So I was the assistant superintendent at the time, so I was tasked when this decision was made that we were going to switch to school boards, to work with school boards in converting the policy. So I spent about a year and a half doing that. It was a significant process, and the last thing I guess I would want to do after going through that effort is to go back. But I can say that the attention to detail, as we've seen in a lot of instances, and two of them came up tonight, but I can tell you there's more that I've seen over the course of this timeframe. It's just, it's not the same as what we got from Strauss Esme. Strauss had, they have 95% of districts in the state, so when they develop a policy, everyone is adopting the same policy. It allows us to be consistent with other districts throughout the state as well. That has been, their numbering system is completely different. And we're a year into it now, so we're starting to get used to it, but I guess if there's a time to change, it's now. If we don't change now, we're going to be with school boards for, probably the foreseeable future. And so there was, the only other thing I can remember from the time frame was there was language in Strauss Esme policy that certain board members didn't like. They expressed that to the superintendent, and the superintendent's solution to that was, well, we'll just go with school boards because they have less language. They do, they try to make their policies more succinct, and I think that was the rationale at the time. I don't know if that still holds true now because of things that happen, things, in 2 years, a lot has changed in school boards as well as, Strauss. So Strauss Esme also, back when we would get regular updates from them, and while we weren't bound by their language 100%, they really gave us solid language. I think, again, we started to look at some of the policies that we want to change a lot of, language in, and I think we still would change some language because this board has their own, unique identity to what they want their policies to say, but I think those language changes would be easier to implement if we started with a clean version of a policy that gave us 90% of what we want, and then we're working on 10% instead of 70% of what we want, and we're trying to work on 30%. So those are just some of the thoughts that have gone through my head over the last few months.
And I just want to catch right, Meryl, Andrea, and Brian.
Sure. Which one was cheaper?
So school boards, actually, when we originally contracted with school boards, they were about the same cost. I think it might have been about $800 less for school boards. Since then, this January, school boards has announced that they are giving their policy service away for free. And so they're not going to charge us for the policy service. We still have to pay to have it posted online through Board Docs, which is the solution that school boards uses for that. And so in the end, I think it would be about $2,800 more to go back to Strauss. And so again, I don't want to spend the money if we don't have to, but if we're going to get a superior product and we feel like that is worth that extra $2,800 a year for that, that's really what it comes down to. Is it worth what we get from Strauss? So,
Andrea?
I was just curious if you felt if we had to go back or decide to go back to Strauss Esme, is there a policy, you'd already spent a number of years crafting those policies to be what you wanted. So but it's been 2 years since then, so I'm just wondering how much do you feel like we could just adopt that and, spend 10% of the time we'd spend going through all these new policies, from the school boards to kind of go back, because, we had a policies from Strauss Esme, it worked for you, you just made changes as they came. I assume that policy manual still exists someplace.
So part of that rationale is exactly that, and that's why, and maybe it's a little selfish on my part, but that's why it's sort of now or we'll.
Right, because we're gonna spend a lot of time.
Because Strauss had said they would, or we officially adopted the school board's manual on June 25th of 2025, right? So less than a year ago. So on that date, we had a Strauss Esme policy that was up to date and was good to go. So because we're only a year in, Strauss has said they will take that version of our manual that was updated according to them, add the updates that have come out this year, present that to the board for and so we could have we wouldn't have to go through a conversion that we did before.
Right, and we'd have a year of changes to go through and make sure that those changes, those policies.
But they're just updates, though.
They're updates, I know.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
there might be a few new ones.
Without a doubt, we would still review them.
Right, I'm just saying,
We know
so,
for sure that the policy related to the Right to Read Act is going to have been updated.
Yes.
Right,
Yeah,
so
that
it's a
one-
year's worth of policies and updates, I get it, rather than an entire new manual. I was just wondering if we had a, you know, a base Strauss Esme that
We do.
policy that we might be 90% happy with, as opposed to,
We do, it's probably closer to 98%.
right, maybe of a, I don't know, school boards into something that we're only 10% happy with. Right, that's the amount of work you guys are looking at. Thank you for doing it, but.
So I wasn't on the policy committee when that decision was made, but I got on it later. But just to have eyes wide open, there was a reason we switched. There was some level of frustration with Strauss Esme. It was constant, regular, like almost every month, updates. So it was kind of, and they were like, the one that remembers well was, in all these policies, we were changing pupils to students.
Yeah.
Things like that. So there was this like, and then that was, one item was that there was a level of frustration in terms of how often there was churn. It felt like there was churn. Two was, apologies to the lawyers in the room, a lot of legalese. It felt like to the number of the board members, it was dense. It was dense to read their policies, and school boards felt simpler. In addition to kind of fewer but I think that and the cost, and then the final, so it was pitched as it's going to save us a little bit of money. Directionally it was less money. It wasn't a lot less, but it was directionally, you'd rather have costs go down than go up. And then the last thing was, I think I felt that there was everything else we do is with school boards. We have the rep come in, we use their tools for evaluations, there's so much, we're kind of locked in with school boards a little bit. Why wouldn't we be locked in with their policy manual? So I think all those things kind of led to the decision. But it just has not been smooth as I would hoped.
As we go through the school board's policies, do we, and we stray further from what their default policies are if we feel like we need to, make them better, do we leave ourselves at any kind of risk from straying further away from what they've suggested as far as legalities or anything like that? Like, do we get a certain amount of backing from them as far as
If it's changed.
the policy, and then the further we change it from what their suggestion, are we at any kind of risk?
I mean, I don't know, it depends on what that language change would be. I think that's subjective, right, to what the language change is. I think if we were deciding to take out references to legal code or legislative code, we would probably be at risk, right, because we're no longer pointing to something that the state is saying we have to do. If we were changing, a policy on, what the sports philosophy was on, athletics or pay to play or something like that, that's different, right? Because that's this board's own identity and what you want in that. So I think, I don't have an easy yes or no answer for that, but I think it really depends on what policy and what language you're trying to use.
Meryl?
Yeah, so to follow up on Richard's thought before I ask my question, the school boards, which you're currently using, do you have any concern that they are not going to be alerting us to when policies are written in such a way because the law requires it? I would hate to see the board deviating from a policy unaware that there's a statute that requires certain language being in the policy.
And that was, Meryl, that was often one of the things that folks would point to, is that Strauss Esme would embed the statutory language as part of the policy, and that is often what made it, as Brian was saying, sometimes dense, long, but I don't, and then of course the school board cell was, we don't have all the legalese and statutory language in there. And I think to Rich's point, if something changed in the statute, then it had to change in the policy because your policy had the statute embedded within it. At least that was kind of always my take. And Brian?
My view of that would be first to recognize that school board is not reviewing our policy manual. like on any kind of regular basis, unless,
No.
yeah, so if we took out some key reference to Rich's point, to some statute, now we're not in compliance with the statute, it wouldn't be school boards who would flag it. It would have to be our attorney.
But is the tool efficient enough to allow you to know that there's certain language in the policy that has to be in the policy because it reflects state statute? Or are you operating with school boards a bit unaware, where you might unknowingly deviate from certain language, not realizing that you were taking out something that by law needs to be in?
Because it's
I think
not
that's
worded
I
legally.
think that's a risk.
Okay, that's
I mean,
not
the
good.
references are there, but at the bottom of the page. And sometimes in school boards, there is a reference to a statute, but it's not.
You know,
So my actual question was just going to be, it sounds like the subcommittee is looking to report back to the full board within a short amount of time. Make your decision as to whether we want to own school boards and work with the policies for the duration of time, or whether we want to cut our losses, if you will. Is it fair that you're going to decide pretty quickly and come back and make a decision?
Well, certainly the ad hoc committee does not make a decision like that.
Or make a recommendation.
Recommendation that, at best. And I think that we have to take into consideration the cost, so we'll be aware of the costs, right? Because it'll be a fee to kind of get us up to speed, and then there's a larger annual fee to host. And then on top of that, I'm thinking, yeah, what does it say about our board?
We turned over the whole board, didn't you? I mean, it's a whole
Sure.
crew, isn't it?
Yeah. I know school boards monthly, and on the county meetings, we always have a legislative section where they go into legislation to let us know if there's anything that we need to be aware of. But that then puts more oneness on us, where Strauss Esme was doing that updating for us and alerting us. And I don't know if we're going to be getting that from school board, other than us attending all of the monthly sessions to see where the changes that are coming out of Trenton. So, yeah, so it's a lot. Yeah, it's a concern.
And I think the only thing, I think to your question, Meryl, is in the committee meeting, Rich, you mentioned that there is sort of a timeline here for us to act if we're going to by a certain time, but I don't recall the specifics of that.
so again, if the board decides to move towards back to Strauss Esme, based on a recommendation from the committee and based on the research that I do, and the board decides to do that, I think we need to do that by April so that we can have those in place by May and have a first reading in May and a second reading in June, so we can adopt them for July 1st. I mean, if worst gonna worst, we had to adopt them for August 1st, we could, because we're still before, but I'd want to have that before the beginning of the school year. So July 1st would be ideal. So I think we are in a little bit of a time crunch right now if we want to do this. It's just, I don't have all the information to even make a recommendation to the committee, who would make a recommendation to you yet, so we're still reviewing that information. I just presented this month as an option. And I will work, I know the proposal that I shared with the committee, and everybody else can see that proposal, because it's in the policy committee structure that we used to have. We're utilizing that since it's already there, so you can sort of navigate through and find it. If you can't, let me know and I'll get it for you. But, I think that there are some setup costs and things like that. If the board decides to go back to Strauss, I'm going to use the leverage that if you want us as a customer, we don't mind paying a little bit more per year, but we're not gonna pay you a fee to undo what we did a year ago.
Thank you, yeah.
Right, so,
You're watching, what, don't say that.
Phil, if you're watching.
Andrea?
Is there a way maybe before we make this decision to see a sample Strauss Esme policy update?
Yeah.
I don't know, if I recall from my previous board, we used Strauss Esme, is that they were better at kind of crossing out the changes and redlining. And it's very easy to see what new things you were adopting, and I get a little lost in the weeds when I look at these policies again, because I'm not sure what's changing or what's new. So I don't know if we want to maybe ask for a sample so that the policy committee can kind of see, oh, this is what we'd be dealing with, if it would be easier to
We probably have them in some of those.
Yeah, I can actually share
historical folders.
our old manual, because we still have it on, it's still posted online. And I can share a bunch of information with the board on that. And then, obviously, the policy committee, we can talk about all that information in a little bit more of a close setting, and then discuss it again next month, as a full board, I think. So it sounds like it's at least worth me doing the work to collect all that information and present it to the board so that you can all make a decision.
Okay.
The idea of presenting red line changes is, it has to be the way you do it. It doesn't have, whether we stick with school boards or not, whenever there's changes to the policies, we need to do red line versions. That's why I stand on that. This is also a pretty big, kind of, the board's job is policy, and this is kind of a big thing. The board's job is policy and budget. And that's the other thing about this discussion right now, is that there's this elephant in the room called the budget that also has a tight timeline.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, that's why I'm not trying to tackle policy conversions this month.
Okay.
Brandon, the school board's agreement or subscription, that ends June 30th?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the board docs does, yes. And actually, school boards does right now, but we wouldn't have to pay that next year because again, they're not charging for the service, but they're still charging for the online component because it's a contracted third-party vendor that they use.
So I just wanted to shift attention briefly to 9.3.
Yeah, so 9.3, we added this here because we used to have job descriptions that were revised under the personnel agenda. And again, when we had a personnel committee, we would discuss them in personnel. And then we would talk about personnel prior to us going into executive session. And we could have conversations about non-confidential items like job descriptions, but we don't have that anymore. We have personnel sort of after, executive session. And we thought it was more appropriate to have that in a discussion where we're discussing all the other items because job descriptions aren't confidential. And so we fit them in the place that we thought it would fit the best, which would be a policy. And security committee, not so much security, but definitely policy, because I think a job description isn't really defining the person that's filling that, but it's defining what the role of that position is. So I thought this was a good place to put it. There's 3 that we are proposing. And again, one of the things that school boards does very well is they have a database of job descriptions for public school districts. And what we do is when we revise a job description, we take our existing job description, we download the version from school boards, and we compare those two, and then we determine what the actual responsibilities are of that position within our district. And then we take the language from school boards that's applicable, we put it into ours, and we take stuff out that isn't applicable anymore. And we sort of use a hybrid of what school boards recommends and what our responsibilities are for that position, and then give you a red line version of that for your consideration.
But to be clear, that is independent from our policy conversation.
It is independent.
Yes.
The policy committee did not talk about
Right.
that at all, the ad hoc committee. So I just decided it fit
Yeah.
here better.
Oh, no,
And we can always change it somewhere else if we wanted to later, and again, that's up to.
No, I guess what I was really clarifying was our being with school boards as a policy vendor does not.
2 separate items,
Correct,
yes.
yes.
Just being a member of school boards
Gets you
gets
these
us the
descriptions.
job description manual, and so we don't have to be assigned to
They're
the
not
policy
tied
services
together.
for that yet. The policy service is this little thing that is independent in school boards, whereas as a member of school boards, we get access to everything, and we get access to the policy now, but prior to that, that was a little carve-out that they had that was
Right.
special.
So all the red lines that are listed on all 3 of these job descriptions are just making them specific to our school district from the template that they supplied us?
Using the language from school boards, but specific to what these people are expected to do
Okay.
here. Yeah. And the assistant school board business administrator is an important one, obviously, because we're hiring for that, so.
Okay.
Question on that, Brendan. So that was my question that Nicole asked. So some of this language here, so I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly. And it's on a lot of these, so I'm just going to take the assistant school board administrator one first. This is there. So number 4, minimum experience as determined by the board. should that say that? Or, because we're not really involved in that process, right? Like, or is there, like, I don't know how to read that. And then when you go down to, the salary portion of it, it kind of has that same language. So should it be changed to say like approved by the board instead of determined by the board? Or we're meaning like we're not involved in salary negotiations with any of these people, so I don't know if determined, contract terms and salary determined by the board may be the correct language there.
So yeah, I think that language is there because the board does have to approve the individual.
That's what I'm saying,
recommending for
approve.
this position. And so, the qualifications that the board wants to see in that person is determined, the minimum experience is determined by the board. Does this board want to hire first-year people? Or do they want to hire someone with more experience? And I think that's what that's supposed to mean. I'm not saying it's as clear as it should be, but I think that's the intent of that. And I think the same thing with the salary is that, we're going to negotiate a salary with a person that we want to attract and come here to work in the district, but the ultimate decision is whether or not you approve my recommendation, right? And so that's what I think that language is there for.
Yeah, I understand, that's why I think maybe it be suggested to say approved by the board, not determined by the board, because we're not involved in any of that. And that's for all job descriptions, but specific to the assistant school board administrator, because that one is on the docket now. Like, we've never talked about minimum experience, like, how, like, what, so I don't understand, when it says minimum experience determined by the board, I don't know what is the minimum experience, we've never discussed it, I have no idea.
So are you suggesting like sort of the same consideration, like approved versus determined?
Yeah,
Okay.
because I don't know, like, I mean, I would definitely suggest that for at least the terms and the salary, because we're not involved in any of that, right? So we're not determining it, we're not negotiating it, we're just.
But we are
simply-
approving it.
We are approving
Yeah.
it. So that's why I think approving might be an appropriate verbiage there as opposed to determining it.
Well, I think even to your point that if the board were aspiring to some ideal of minimum X years of experience, the market might be such that that is not to be had. And we're going with what's being recommended in the situation.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying.
No?
You're right. You're being more precise. If it doesn't hurt to make that change, I think that's the more precise
I think so.
action that we would be taking. We're gonna rely on your recommendation and approve or not approve.
Sure, so if we were going to change determined in both of those locations on all three of those job descriptions to approved by the board, does that satisfy them?
Alternative suggestion is that that kind of requirement be removed.
Okay.
Isn't it, really, it's up to your judgment.
No, but we still,
Unless the
Well, we
board
have to, we
wants
have to
to-
vote on that.
the
Yeah.
board still has to approve.
But the board has to approve it. The board also has to approve that if by approving this job description, we're approving that we are requiring a criminal history background check.
Yeah. Again, I think,
Everything about this we're approving.
yeah.
It's just, why put that handcuff on you?
So you're approving this job description so that I can make a recommendation to you.
Right, based
about
on
the
those
person.
criteria. Yeah, and
And I-
personnel in the past, they went line by
Does this
line.
board require a minimum
Well-
job experience level for assistant BA? Do we know a priori? Would we be okay with, in some circumstance, with?
No, but that's why he's
How does
saying
the
we're not
school-
determining
Okay.
that. They're determining that, making a
Exactly what I'm
recommendation,
saying.
and then we approve it.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Rich, and then
I mean,
Nicole.
would it be better to change, I know we're all throwing out suggestions here, but would it be better to change minimum experience as determined by the administration
Superintendent,
and minimum salary as determined by the administration? Because they're the ones determining it, whether we, I mean,
Yeah.
Meryl?
I don't know what would be best to change.
Okay, we're all wordsmithing everything.
I know, I don't want to do that.
That's where they
but
don't wanna
know,
be.
I can't help myself, which is not good because I don't want to bog everybody down. I think it goes without saying that so respectfully, I don't think we need that language, Nicole, because I think it goes without saying that it's going to be a decision that Katie and Rich come up with. Of course, it's as determined by them. I don't think we even need that language. That's assumed, that's their job.
Yeah, and again, we could just strike that language out. Minimum experience as determined by the board, I agree. If that doesn't make any sense, we just take it out, right? Instead of trying to wordsmith it into something else that might make sense today and not tomorrow. And the same thing with the salary, we can go down there and we can simply say, terms of employment are 12 months. The contract terms and the salary, they're not determined by the board, but they are approved by the board. That I would maybe have a little bit more, I think that's a little bit more important, because the board does have to agree on the contract terms and the salary, right?
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I'm fine with anything. I just threw it out there just to have another option. So I'm fine with anything. I take no offense to it.
Thank you.
Okay, so we can definitely make those changes, and then that'll be what's presented to you at the meeting next week.
Okay.
And again, part of committee is, discussing this, right, talking about it, and that's what I'm glad we're able to do here. If there is something we think about between now and then, let us know as well, and we'll, if it's small changes like that, we can definitely try to come up with those changes, but and present to the full board.
Okay. If there's not anything else, I would like to call for a motion and a second to approve agenda item 9.1. The 3 missing policies. Moved, Nicole, second, Brian. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Okay. That brings us to finance, facilities, and transportation. Ms. Blue.
So my presentation for this month will be next week because state aid was released at the end of last week. So I just need a little bit more time to put that together. But Rich and I shared with the board through his superintendent update last week, a few documents in the board resources folder. So if you have the time to go into there now, I thought it might behoove us just to run through the one projection document for revenue. So again, it's in the board resources folder under resources, and then budget, 26-27 budget documents. There's a PDF in there that's called 26-27 projection final. So that is our final revenue projection now that we have the state aid number to drop in. Everything else on this worksheet we
Can we just maybe have a minute so
Of
we can all
course.
get there?
The easiest thing to do would be to go to Rich Burjak's Friday email.
I wonder if I just send it an
Okay,
email.
there's- In Rich's
That
Friday
could
email,
help.
there's a link to it.
No, and no short.
On the Sunday.
And then Rich's email.
The one that he this past Friday?
Yes.
Here.
Yeah, the one from Friday.
So the
All right, I
13th.
just sent an email out to BOE announce if you could.
Okay, so if you're having trouble finding it, it should be top of your
Okay,
email
thank
queue,
Right here. Thank you.
Yes.
and then the folder.
Oh, there we go, okay.
The 2026, 2027 budget full documents. And then Katie, you were referring specifically to the tax levy scenarios document? Or the
This is the
projection
projection
document?
final document.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep. Okay.
Down at the bottom there. All right. Is everybody navigating? Okay.
So the highlighted column for the projected budget FY 26-27, you'll see the tax levy is 58.845909. That is a 4.48% increase. So I know through the superintendent update again, we've described the budget that we've prepared with salaries, benefits included, and those few final adjustments after receiving state aid that was actually beneficial to us of $17,000. That is the tax levy that we're proposing. The budgeted surplus number we've discussed, that was at the conclusion of last year's audit, that's the carryover surplus. The tuition that we receive for out-of-district students is $200,000 for the year, a slight decrease from last year. Interest revenue that's conservative compared to last year, again, a $25,000 reduction. Miscellaneous, which is a reduced income based off of the facility rentals being a bit more conservative this year, as well as the no parking fees, and then maintenance and capital reserve interest that's carved out as well. So under the state sources, you'll see the state aid number as a $17,000 increase from last year. Again, not a tremendous increase, but it's not a reduction. Extraordinary aid, we're expecting $100,000 less this year. Again, the county office has told us to be more conservative in that number as well. And then the semi number, slightly higher than last year. That program is dictated by the state. We submit for special education students and get reimbursable costs for those at-risk students. So again, this is just kind of a high-level overview of all of the revenues of the projected budget that I'll be presenting next week. So again, this is just so that you have in your hands all of the numbers. And the second document is...
Just, Katie, before we leave the first document, the Medicaid semi reduction from 17,000 to 14,000, the percentage change, I don't know if there's a typo in there or if I'm just...
No,
It's an
Oh,
increase.
it's an increase. All right, sorry.
3 to 17.
Gotcha.
For some reason, they really poorly funded the semi program last year, and now they're
Got
budgeting to something more in line with what we had 2 years ago.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Again, it's not a lot of money,
Right.
considering the amount of paperwork that we have to file for that.
Okay.
What is extraordinary aid?
Extraordinary aid is an application that we file in May for all of the special education students that rise above a certain dollar amount. So out-of-district students that rise above, I believe it's 55,000, and then the in-district students that if we can take a class of students, divide them up and make sure that each student can rise above a certain dollar amount, I believe that's 40,000, yeah. For those students, we take that entire application, send it to the state and see how much they fund it for the year. Unfortunately, every year it's been going down by about 10%, so I think for what we apply, we get maybe 40 to 50% if we're lucky. So it's unfortunate that the state is not funding that program well, but that's why we're anticipating another decrease next year.
All these numbers are estimates right now, right?
Yes, they're projections.
Projections.
This is our final projection.
We'll
To present to you.
And then to the state, the county.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And so, the bottom line of 68.7 million is what you've determined we need to run the district.
Correct.
So it's kind of like, one way to think about it is starting from that number, that's how much we need to run the district. You've got all these estimates for Medicaid, extraordinary aid, state aid. State aid may be a little more firm than some of the other ones. And that's how you get to the final tax.
I'd almost say conversely, what we do is we take our expenditures and appropriations and figure out what do we need to run the district. And then we back into these numbers and say, what do we need in order to fund all of these programs, individual salaries, benefits, every single budget line, how do we fund them, given the constraints of the revenue? So then we make cuts in order to agree those back to the revenue items.
Okay.
With the tax levy being the last thing that we want to increase, right?
Right.
Right.
But it's based on what the
Being
other
that
increases
last
are and what the other projections are. What do we need after all those other things are considered? And then what do we have to do to the tax levy in order to get to that number of what we need to run the district?
Right. It's got to be a bit of give and take, that we know. Like if we were to have, if this board end up saying, no, we want to stick with our 2% tax levy, then you got to go back to the other side of the ledger and start whacking it.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Okay, I didn't mean to sidetrack, Katie, you were going to, I think, the next document. Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Meryl?
it's okay, it's
Oh.
okay. Yep, the other document is, again, just bouncing right off of what Brian just said, which is, we were tasked with the scenario of what we would recommend and the 2% cap and what we would do to get within 2%. So again, that second document is what we've cut already in order to get to 4.48%, which
It
was
may be ordered differently for different people. Which document do you like us to look at now?
the second document is now tax levy scenarios.
Tax levy, for me, it's last for some reason, I don't know why.
Yes, I think it's last on there.
Just
It
so
must
you
be
have
the
it
way up on
organized.
there.
All right.
Do we have it?
But it's another PDF.
Yep,
Tax levy scenarios.
yep.
So the first section of that worksheet is what did we have to cut to stay within that tax levy parameter of 4.48? So our full taxing authority this year, we could go up 4.6. Rich and I went back to the drawing board, tried to cut a few more things, and then had positive state aid news. Again, not tremendous, but we were able to take that and, again, reduce the tax levy from the 4.6 to the 4.48.
So do we bank that little
We
bit?
will have bank cap for about $69,000.
Okay. Oh, it says it right, sorry.
So you could, I guess in theory too, you could say, we could take that next year if you so choose. You have 3 years to use bank cap. So over the next 3 budget years, you could take that 69,000 back and increase your tax levy in a future time when it's needed. Now, the second part of this worksheet is if we had to go 2%, what else would we reduce? And that's shown on this worksheet as well.
Well, so these are things that are, this is how you, amounts reduced.
Right,
The
so
first box is what we have already reduced in the budget to get to the 4.4.
so the 4.48 is, there has already been a reduction of 1.5 million
Correct.
to get to 4.48.
So at some point, you were able to cut 1.5 million from the budget.
We were, yeah. And again, the things listed there are things that we already, those are, we already know that we're gonna cut those. So these, the first box is things that we've already decided on, moving forward next year, these are things that will not be in the budget next year, guaranteed. The second box is if we had to go further, right? These are ideas, right? These are things that we look at right now that we say, this is probably where we could cut this funding. It's not 100% sure that we would, like I know we have listed there, you know, cutting staff, we might decide instead of cutting 4 staff, we cut 3 staff and find some other efficiency somewhere else and things like that. So the bottom box I don't want to say is, you know, if we go to 2%, these are definitely what's going to go. But this is a way that we can get there if we had to.
Andrew?
Where does the currently vacated assistant superintendent position fall in this?
So that's in the budget, so that has not been reduced. So it's currently in the current expenditure budget that Katie has developed, the assistant superintendent is in there.
I have a question. So would we say that the district's finances are stronger or healthier this year compared to last year, or weaker?
How would you define stronger?
Are we in a better position financially this year than we were last year?
Since healthcare went up 20% now.
Okay, so then I guess my question to that would be, if we're in a less stronger financial position than we were last year, and why are we raising non-affiliated salaries more this year than we did last year? That part I don't understand. I get where the district is locked into things that have already been negotiated, but that part I don't understand. So is there any consideration to not going?
You're talking about cutting salaries?
No,
Oh,
No.
not raising
Raising
salaries
salaries.
for non-affiliated,
Oh,
correct.
for the people that are in the.
Correct. Because it sounds like, you know,
They
we're
match
in a weaker position this year, but the raises are higher this year than they were last year, when we were in a stronger position. So I don't, that part I would,
Well, I don't know if you want to explain how the affiliated salaries
Sure, so
work
most,
or track. I know we go through negotiations for the affiliated staff.
that I understand.
Right.
yeah, so our affiliated staff are our education association, our administration association. Those are already negotiated, guaranteed through 2028.
Yep.
The non-affiliated is 26 people in the district. It includes our IT department, includes our central office, not everybody in central office, but the majority of the people in central office. I'm trying to think, what other categories that includes. I think it's just central office and the IT department, really. We've always given them the same raise that the negotiated agreements got, whether it be 3.4 or 3.2 or 3 or whatever was negotiated, because we wanted to show that those employees were as important to our district as the rest of the employees that were getting the raises. In my opinion, if we give those non-affiliated employees less money than what was negotiated for all of their colleagues that are in an association, it sends a message that we don't value them as much as we do the other people. if we were in a position where we had no other choice but to, lower those 26 people's salaries, and say that's the
Not
only
lower
way.
their salaries.
That's the only way we can balance this budget, well, we would lower their salaries from what they were expecting, because most people, because we've always done it, they would expect that they're gonna get the same raise on July 1st that everybody else is gonna get, right? So, the amount of money we would save with that is, it's not gonna balance our budget, right?
But every bit helps.
Well, sure, every bit helps, and that's why we do our job of, going through and making the tough cuts so that we can take care of the people that run this district, and that's really what this district is about, is the people that run it. And I think giving a small segment of people that are non-affiliated with the union less of a raise than what all the other people in the district get, for what that saves, I don't think that that's gonna give you the efficiency that you want from those people, so that was always been my stance on it.
If I was in the union, I think that they look at it the other way, that, oh, shoot.
Nicole? Yeah.
Are these people not part of the union just because it's not available to them, or are they not part of the union because of choice, or?
So some of them are excluded, they are exempt employees, so in other words, secretaries that work, anybody that has access to negotiations information, which would be my secretaries, superintendent secretaries, people that work in Katie's department, they are exempted from the union, so they're not allowed to be in it.
So the majority of the people that are not affiliated are not allowed to be affiliated?
Yes, and even the
So
people
it's at no
that,
fault of their own that they're excluded?
that is true for a portion of them. Some of them, the IT departments, the supervisors of the custodial services, there's a few other categories like that, they are not in the recognition clause of the association. And so at some point, the association could go to that group of people and say, hey, do you want to be represented by us? That group of people could say, yes, we do. They join the association, they develop a salary guide, they come up with rules and regulations for that group of people. But they're, like, IT is one of those things that's currently not in the recognition clause, and so that's why they're not affiliated.
So either the association doesn't recognize them, or they're exempt from inclusion in. So basically,
Correct.
nobody is excluded because they don't want to be part of the union?
That's correct.
Okay,
Meryl?
so it's a,
Oh, sorry.
no, that's,
As
go
an
ahead.
easy answer, yes.
Okay.
Meryl?
So I appreciate you sticking up for the staff that is non-affiliated.
Yeah.
But can I ask, if increases were not given to those employees, how much money would that be? What would that cost?
So it depends on
savings
what
be?
you would say would not be
So like
increase.
no raise?
If
No
they got
raise for
zero
those?
raise, I think it was around,
I think it was 70,000.
yeah, 69,000 and change, so just under 70,000.
Okay.
That would be zero raise. And I think I did between 2% and 3.4% was like 29,000, I believe.
Right, and I think, something we need to consider is if we don't just give them the same percentage, we'd be looking at negotiating raises with each of them individually. They could come back and be like, hey, I want to negotiate this. That just brings on something else that we would have to consider.
Yes. I mean, we don't have to negotiate that, but we, again, it comes down to, again, we're an industry of people, right? And I understand there's numbers, and I do appreciate that, but I would rather find somewhere else to save $30,000 and keep 26 people happy and feel like we took care of them so that they give back to the district, and feel like they're taken care of, than I'd rather cut that $30,000 from somewhere else on a thing than a person, is what it comes down to.
Meryl?
Okay, I'm good.
No? Okay.
I think what I was saying is more like optically, we're hitting the taxpayer pretty hard, right? There's no, can't get around that, right? So I think for me, like, listen, I get it, you want to take care of people, everyone here does. I think if we would have maybe kept it even the same, that's an argument that you can go back to constituents and make, right? But making it higher this year compared to last year, when we're in a weaker position, that's hard to explain. That's all I'm coming
by
from.
higher.
The raise higher this year than what was
Than
given
the
last year. It's an
2.68
increase.
last year. Are you
It's
talking
an
about
increase from last year.
the tax
The tax
levy?
levy.
Tax levy.
And the raise.
The raises for non-affiliated are not higher than they were last year.
They were,
It would be the same. Last year, I believe, was 3.5, this year it'd be 3.4.
So it's,
Oh.
it's down.
So it's actually less.
I thought it was,
Tenth
I
of
thought
a
it was
percent.
3% last year. Why did I think that?
No, it was 3, it was whatever and again,
The negotiated rate.
Who've ever negotiated a raise with us, and I believe last year was 3.5. It was a 4-year contract, I think it went 3.6, 3.5, 3.34.
And I guess I do want to make the statement of being careful here because we're charging the administration to reach a goal, and how they do it is how they do it. I don't know that it's incumbent upon us to say, do it here, do it here, do it here, and do it here. If we're saying, this idea of bring it down a little bit more, I think we have to be careful about and leave the discretion with them to figure that out. Meryl? Andrea?
So I think my understanding is that if, raises, that's not a significant amount. That's not gonna move the needle to get a tax levy down to closer to a 2% or something, that's not over 4. There's a list of other things on that second sheet that, I think we owe you some direction of, is this what we want you to consider to look into? There's some things that we would have to vote on as a board, like a pay for play and, I just lost the sheet, the field trips and things like that. I think, before you go and do all the work of figuring, we have to decide if that's something that we would even want to give direction to. I guess that's my feeling, like, before we go say like, oh, whack all this, well, we have to know, what we're changing and how it changes kind of, the atmosphere of our district.
Well, one of the things I think I did reach out to school boards because I think the fact of the matter is right now, every district is going through a version of this, and districts are in probably the most difficult position they've been in quite some time. There are a number of costs that have spiked that are completely beyond their control, from healthcare to transportation to energy to just the costs of goods and services. School boards themselves is no longer actually advocating for the 2% increase simply because they recognize that sets districts up for a short-term feeling good, but a long-term fiscal disadvantage. That those costs are exceeding the 2% cap, and it sort of goes back to the what was cited as our taxing authority is at 4.6%. If we were to go higher, we would have to go out for a referendum. We'd have to go out for a vote to get the voters' permission to go higher. When they give us our taxing authority, that is in recognition that there are costs that are beyond our control, and they determine what that taxing authority is based on that. The 2% has been in place since 2010, maybe, and it's just the state's recognition that the ability to maintain costs within a 2% cap has become unsustainable. So, I mean, that's just sort of a part of that entire just logistical balancing act that schools are sort of forced into at this moment. Meryl?
That was helpful for me to hear, Brennan, the way that you put that. Did I understand you to say that school boards is actually recommending abrogation of the 2% cap because it's just not doable given so many costs that rise above that?
They are saying, when I reached out, that they are not advocating, they are not recommending and going out to districts and saying, you need to be mindful of the 2% cap because they realize that that has become untenable and that is puts districts in a position where their costs are just naturally going to exceed what they can stay out of.
This year?
This year? I think it has become
going to be a new norm? I
think it has become more pointed this year simply because of the spikes that we are seeing across the board. And, I think we will hear around the county numbers that range very differently from what schools have been able to manage over the past few years. I think that's just the reality of it. What the future holds, we could be right here next year doing the exact same thing because those costs that are out of our control can continue to spike in the ways that we cannot predict. And if we're not setting ourselves up to be positioned to control or contain them, it will be additional cuts next year.
So then how do we set ourselves up to be in a position to control or contain them?
I think that's part of the recommendation of what they're ultimately saying. But yes, I mean, I think part of it is there's nothing that's going to contain a 30% spike in healthcare costs. There's nothing that's going to contain a 20% spike in transportation or energy costs, or even the cost of a paperclip or a piece of paper. The school has an administration that seeks to position the district as advantageously as they can to be in a positive situation to manage as best as they can. And this we're obviously looking at with a $1.5 million reduction that is putting us in a place that they are recommending. We choose to accept that, or we choose to say, no, we'd like you to go lower, we'd like to consider something else. And everything is a trade-off as far as that goes. Dan?
And I just want to point out, I think just being on the board a little longer, being here 4 years, I think what I've seen through the years, going back to my first year on the board, is the administration's position of not being short-sighted, looking at the short-term win for 1 year versus the long-term plan going forward. So looking at what do we need to do this year so that 3 or 4 years down the road, we don't fall off a cliff. And I remember specifically that chart that we looked at that first year where we were heading towards a fiscal cliff, and what we needed to do to avoid that, to push it off. And that's what I've seen through the years, is that constant need to kind of not kick it down the road, but to kind of hold it at bay, so that it's not, okay, we win this year, and then next year we need to go out for a referendum because we're underwater, so.
Stephen? Oh, Brian?
I just wanted to, Meryl, back to your point, what are some of the things we're doing to control costs as well? And just a reminder, the facilities grants that, the business office was able to obtain, those are huge. Those are things that we would have had to expend out of our capital reserve, which at some point needs to be replenished by tax levy. And by obtaining those grants and doing that, we saved a ton of money, which ends up leveling us off to be able to, so we only have to cut 1.5 million, right? And so facilities grants, and then also Polytech. That was another thing. By us having the academies and the facilities that we built here, I believe the numbers were, our Polytech tuition is like $3.7 million, and we end up getting 3.5 million or 3.4.
We pay 3.4 in tuition expenditure to Polytech in order for our students to attend their program. And then we get $3.1 million back from them by hosting their programs on our campus, both at Voorhees and
So again, those are things that they sort of go unnoticed, but they are major initiatives that took a significant amount of effort over a lot of years to be able to get in our district. And they help plug those holes. They help us keep, because we're not expending the expenditures through Polytech, we don't have to make those expenditures through the facilities projects. It allows us to have that money to maintain staff and keep people and do the things we do.
And I would say a number of years ago, when the state went into a series of cuts, the game in the county became, how do you attract students? In an era of declining enrollment, how do you attract students to your building? On my prior board, it was establishing send and receive relationships with other districts, which I know we've done fairly recently, or build programs that attract, either keep kids in or attract them from other districts. And that has obviously been a big strategy here as well. Stephen, you had a comment, and then Brian had a comment.
No, not really.
Oh.
Waiting till the end of the
Okay.
presentation.
Brian, or a question?
So I want to acknowledge your comment about not getting too deep into how to run the district. But I want to feed on, build on Andrea's comment about some guidance. And my personal opinion would be, I'd much rather implement, recover some costs on the athletic side than reduce the security in the buildings. So this I recognize Dr. Burjak is making these recommendations and he would only do so that buildings will be safe with half an SRO in each building, but it's a little bit controversial on this board, but it's quite the wrong direction in my opinion. I'd much rather see us recoup some costs of the athletics and reduce SRO staff.
I agree. I feel like we could be creative now. Again, we are very limited to how we can present it in order to, make suggestions and recommendations, but I am in agreement, security is not something to skim off.
And I think I've mentioned that before too. I don't want to ever cut ourselves short on security, so I have actually, we're working with the police departments, and I don't have anything to report tonight, but I hope we'll have some good news in the future. But again, that's all going to be, the budget conversation is where are the buckets, right? And I understand there are some buckets that are important to some people, and that bucket is very important to me from a security standpoint, so I'm going to do everything I can to maintain what we can in that area.
And that was gonna be my question, because this is assuming the recommended changes that were in the slide that you.
Correct.
So you're saying that you think there's gonna be changes on top of that?
There may be changes in how we staff things, not how we end up at the right number. We're going to still be at the number that those slides.
The number doesn't change, just how you might
Correct.
get some advantages some other ways.
Yeah, I'm getting creative with both police chiefs on how we can maybe maintain, full-time presence, but still have that full-time presence not cost the same amount that it has in the past.
Cynthia?
Has the district ever had any hiring freezes, like if there are certain positions that are open, like corporations and companies, if they're in a certain fiscal challenge, they have hiring freezes and things like that? Has the district ever experienced that? Has that ever happened before? And can you share some insight?
Yeah, sure. So I quickly went over positions that we haven't filled in the past 5 years. And, my quick numbers were, over the last 5 years, we've reduced 9 teaching positions over the district. And those were all through attrition. People that left, and we said, can we be more efficient with this and combine classes, and class sizes might be a little higher, but can we do this? And we were able to do that for 9 positions over the last 5 years. We also have 3 administrative positions that we reduced, including 1 this year, but prior to this year, we had 2. So we had 3 altogether over the last 5 years that we reduced 3 administrative positions. As far as educational support staff, we have 1 school counselor and 2 secretary positions that we have reduced and become more efficient and brought things into our district office, so we reduced those over the last 5 years. And then the last thing that I had here was just, it's not our employees, but we did an RFP again for mental health services last year, and we were able to save a little over $200,000 on the mental health clinicians that we contract out for. And so that was a $200,000 savings. And so again, all these things are things that over the course of the years, we are constantly finding efficiencies. We might not call it a hiring freeze, but we're always looking at what do we need to run the district and maintain our current services, class sizes, academics, sports and activities, right? All the things that make these schools great places. And that's what we've done over the last,
And if not,
as far as people, that's what we reduced.
right, and if not a hiring freeze, but also maybe putting caps on certain salaries for certain positions that are open?
So a lot of that is, most of our people, except for those 26 we talked about tonight, are bound by a collective bargaining agreement, right? So we could say we wanted to put a cap on hiring. So in other words, if we had a math teacher that was available, we could say the board doesn't want to consider anybody above step 5 on the guide, right? And that would sort of give us a cap. And then we can look at that.
I'm just asking about creative ways.
Absolutely, and I agree that we are constantly trying to be creative this way. And so when we look at, filling teaching roles, we do try to get people at a lower salary if we can. There are times though, certain teaching positions that are in high demand, we might have 3 applicants and, 2 of them, 1 of them doesn't have the qualifications. We wouldn't want them to teach our students, and the other 2 are already, working at another school district on step 18 on column 5, and they're making $102,000 a year, right? So The choice then becomes, well, do we hire the young qualified person that we can hire on step 5, or do we hire the qualified person that, and those are the tough decisions we make regularly.
Oh, absolutely. I think in any position, it's
Yeah.
never an easy
Yeah.
decision to make.
But we are always considering that. We're always looking at hiring at the lowest level we can for the most qualified person.
Correct.
For the job.
Before, I kind of want to get back to Stephen's point, and Katie, I know we sort of jumped from one document to another, and I didn't want to cut anything else off as far as presenting. I wanted to make sure, because I know Stephen was like, and I didn't want to skip documents or topics that were part of the conversation.
Well,
Right?
Stephen really wants to go last, and I'll ask another question.
Okay. Oh, well, I think I was being mindful of the fact that there might have been information that
Yeah, I just
we
didn't know if she
hadn't
was gonna
been
explain
shared
anything
yet.
more
but,
about
yeah.
either scenario and what specifics of any in scenario 2, because scenario 1 is already set, so anyways. Didn't know if there's more, so that's what I was just.
Okay.
So I don't expect a quantitative number, but it's intriguing to get a feeling for the cost of athletics. So in scenario 2, you have a $100,000 per student per sports, which
$100 per student.
$100, yeah, that'd solve our budget problem.
We'd be the New York Jets.
More successful.
You said
So
it.
that's about, that round calculation gives you about $175,000. Is that a tenth of athletics? Is it half?
I think athletics.
Oh, you mean
we
the
looked at
cost
it-
of
Yeah, if you had to
Cost,
recoup
the
the
total
entire
cost,
cost of
Coaching,
running athletic department,
transportation.
Coaches,
Reps.
transportation.
coaches that aren't already.
Equipment,
Insurance.
maintenance of facilities.
Yeah.
I think we're looking at $3 million.
I'd have to get back to
Yeah.
Right.
Now,
So $175,000 is not half
not a
of
lot.
it. It's
Oh,
a tiny.
yeah.
It's a way to try to close that budget gap a little bit. And that's
Now,
what it
if
is.
we were
It's a
to
small
do a
contribution.
pay-to-play, and I know we have, if the student, because it's important for students to be able to have these, it's part of their high school experience, the ones that participate. But if they couldn't financially afford it, we could do, I know scholarships
So
or.
typically, if a student is approved for free and reduced lunch, which
Uh-huh.
means they're an at-risk student, they have a low income, or
Okay.
approved for a SNAP TANF at the state level, they typically have any fees waived. So
Okay.
they get the free yearbooks at the high school, free prom.
So we wouldn't be
We'd be
excluding
able to
anyone that
waive the
couldn't.
pay to play, but again, that would be in your policy, so if the policy is drafted in a way that talks about that, we can just make sure it's.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mara?
Do we think we're leaving anybody else out, though? I agree with you, Tara, that, that is enrichment, and it belongs in the school, and every child should be able to participate if they're so interested. And so, do you think that, whatever that bar is to qualify for school lunch, are there people above that bar who might be not?
I think that's a conversation that a lot of districts have. Some districts have put in pay to play, and then they've taken it away because they're afraid of that barrier to entry for some of those students that may not qualify for free lunch, but that is a very low bar. It's, poverty level condition. So if you're somewhere in the middle, you may still have difficulty paying for the supplies that you need for the athletics and the entry fee.
And if you've got multiple kids in the district, if the kid plays
Multiple
more than one
seasons.
sport.
So that's just a conversation at the board level, whether you would have that appetite.
And we're not advocating for that right now, these are just
Just an idea.
ideas, right?
Right.
These are possible ideas that if the board decided that we only want to go 2%, these are some things that we can do to try to make up that gap.
Okay.
So,
And the
How-
$100 can be changed to, that's just an arbitrary number
Yeah,
that is
we just came up with that
common,
number.
but some people go higher, some people go lower.
Has the district ever done it before, pay to play? I feel like it was a popular idea a number of years ago, I think when budgets were getting tight previously. I don't recall if it landed much or much happened, or they moved into it and then moved away. Okay.
we've talked about it more than once, but never.
Okay.
How common is that at the high school level? In the state, I'd say, all right,
I think we looked in the county, I think you could say maybe a half and half.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's more common at the elementary level, to be perfectly
More
honest. than
common
high
than
school.
high school. when I was at Bridgewater, they did have pay to play for clubs and athletics, but I think a future board then pulled it back and decided it was a barrier to entry and they removed it. So again, it just depends on your feeling on it.
Rich?
Are we strictly looking at either of these budgets, either at the 4.48 or the 2%, or it's possible we land somewhere in between?
Right.
That was gonna be my question.
Well, last year was the same thing, I think.
Like,
we
for
tried
instance,
something
we know that we have to get down, that top box, we feel like maybe that's locked in, but are there some things in the lower boxes that are more, the lower box that are more palatable than others? I mean, we have on here, reduce 4 out of 5 mental health clinicians, which seems extreme to me, and I don't know anything about it, but it would seem more reasonable to reduce 1. If we're thinking that we can save some money, but not get all the way down to 2%. Is that something that we should think about?
I'll let you speak
So,
to
yeah,
that. That's
so
great.
it is possible that we could land somewhere in the middle of that. You know, right now, I believe we have a school district that provides the services that are necessary for students. It's not, I don't think there's any waste here. I don't think we're providing things that are over what we should be providing. But again, if we wanted to reduce some of that, a percentage of it, we'd have to figure out those numbers. And so if we were gonna reduce 1 mental health clinician, that would save us, you know, instead of 4.48, I don't know what the number is, but let's say it brought us down to 4.38, right?
Yeah.
And if that was the case, is that worth the 30-some kids that aren't gonna get services from that 1 mental health clinician? And if it is, I'm okay with that, right? That's our charge. But that's where I guess when we looked at this budget, we went line by line, talked about every possible cut. We were able to come up with the, you know, originally we were at the 4.6, but, you know, we're down a little bit now, but we were able to come up with those cuts that brought us to the 4.48. If we want to go deeper than that, I think it's going to hurt somebody. And that's what I'm trying to avoid.
So you're really behind the 4.48.
I mean, that's what I'm recommending. But again, that's up to the board. So the board has to agree to that. And so,
And in the past, again, this is the first budget that we've had without a committee structure where
Yeah.
we have the committee discussion based on our recommendation. We come out of committee recommending then to the board, the committee's recommendation. Dan would typically report out on what the recommendation would be, and then that's what's presented to the board for approval. So based on now being a committee of the whole, I guess this is the consensus conversation. You know, what does the board have as a consensus right now so that I can finish the budget this week so that you have a resolution on the table next week?
Cynthia?
So I think Andy had asked a question in regards to the assistant superintendent, right? And so we are budgeted to fill the position for the assistant superintendent.
yep, it was budgeted this year too.
It was budgeted this year.
And again, you know, yeah, and again, might sound selfish, but yeah, I would like to do the things that I think we need to do to make sure our strategic plan is completely implemented, to make sure that our district is moving forward in the directions that we've set with that plan. And if I don't have the help to do that, I'm not going to be able to. I'll be able to maintain, you know, and we'll make small strides. But without somebody else helping me do that, there's only so many hours in a day. And that's what the assistant superintendent comes down to. And we have an opportunity this year where we reduced an administrator already. So we are already reducing 1 administrator in this budget. I don't want to reduce another one. I would like to fill this one and absorb some of the responsibilities of that administrator we're reducing with that position, and then also use that person for things that I was used for 8 years.
Which administrative job was reduced?
The school safety specialist.
Well, he retired.
Yeah, but we're not filling that.
Yeah, but it was attrition.
Well, yeah.
I guess my question would be, and kind of to Rich's point, can we see like options? There's a 2% option, there's a 3% option, or there's a 3.5% option, like what your recommendations would be at different percentage levels, as opposed to the 2% and 4.48%. Like can we see some options that are in the middle?
So this is the opportunity to tell us what you want to raise the tax levy, and then we will make those options a reality. So what I'm recommending is that we stick with the $1.5 million cuts. We raise the tax levy 4.48. If the board gives me a different direction, then yes, I will have to come up with those options, but I don't have an option of, 2.3, 2.8, 3.2.
Well, it's really just the math.
Right, or some combination
You're
of
just
the most
eliminating line
extreme,
items.
it's, like you said,
Yeah.
reduce one or two of some of these positions and take out one line item, or, so it goes back to my question, are we okay with reducing any of these things? And are any of these things really in discussion? It sounds like pay for play, it really isn't, because I don't think we want to take opportunities away from our students. But are any of these are reductions in any of these other things palatable to us?
Pay to play, by the way, is 33 high school districts.
33 high schools have it.
Out of, how many are in New Jersey?
400, I think it's like.
That's.
So I guess my other question would be, and I'm just gonna say the quiet part out loud, I feel like every time we go through budget season, the first thing that is talked about cuts is things that impact kids and teachers and students, and I hate that, right? I still, and I know there's members of this board that agree, I still believe the district is way too top-heavy, So at some point, the administration, or we, the board, should take a look at reducing the amount of administration further. Correct me if I'm wrong, how many assistant principals are in North now?
4,
How many are in Voorhees?
3.
That's a lot. That's a lot right there. I know.
I would disagree with you.
I know, of course you do.
Yeah.
I know things are different, but like when I was in school, it was the principal, the guidance counselor, and the vice principal, and that's it.
When I was in school, I had a smoking line, but that's not gonna happen again.
But I listen, I think we're at a time where it seems like the things that impact kids and teachers are always first to go. But this district, like many in the state, I believe they're top heavy. And there's efficiency that could be there. 7 assistant principals is excessive, in my opinion.
But that's isolating something like that.
Yeah,
in
we're getting
an
into-
entire
I'm talking
district.
about administration, so.
No, but I'm saying
But
how
you're
the district
exemplifying through
runs.
a specific, here again, this isn't about reducing, you're pointing at an item and you're administering, saying, reduce that one.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that's something to take a look at, because I believe, and I know there's other members of the board that feel the same way. I'm saying it out loud. That's the difference.
So I agree we should look at that, actually. Did you take a look at, in that folder, in the 26-27 budget document, there's an administrative salary document that we attached for you? It says comparative analysis, 23-24 administrative salary costs for 2 high school districts. It talks about group performance benchmarks and how we stack up against other 2 high school districts. So as you can see, North Hunterdon-Voorhees per pupil is less than Morris Hills Regional, West Morris, Northern Valley, Ramapo, Pascack. So we're actually the lowest in 2 high school districts.
2 high school districts, meaning districts
Meaning
with 2
districts
physical
with regional,
plants.
There are 46 712 or 912 regional high school districts in the state, okay? Out of those 46, 6 of those have 2 high schools in them. And again, 2 high schools makes a difference. We have duplication of services with a lot of things, multiple sports teams, multiple administrators, multiple bands, everything, right? We have 2 where a lot of places only have 1. So out of 2 high school districts, out of those 6, we are the lowest per pupil cost for administrative spending out of all of those. And we're only $104 per pupil above the mean average or the average for all 7 to 12 or 9 to 12 high schools. So comparatively, if you are looking at the data, again, that we put, we're not top heavy. We're actually light on administration. We're gonna try to continue to do that as long as we can. When you say it doesn't hurt kids, not having administrators who can run programs and monitor teachers and monitor programs and make sure that things are happening the way they're supposed to happen at school does hurt kids. So I know everyone wants to blame the big bad administrator as that's where all of our spending is going, but that's not the case. They are actually good, caring people who are making sure that programs are maintained and continue and are safe for our students. So again, I know what your thoughts are on that, but this is what I see on a day-to-day basis, and that's why I make the recommendations I do.
You know who probably disagree with that the most? The teachers.
Brian, did you have? Okay. So I guess we're at this point where we have to make a recommendation to the administration to present next week. They are currently recommending a 4.48 increase. They've given us a scenario of a 2% increase and what that would potentially entail. I don't know the best way to do this, but we sort of have to give them our sentiments and our consensus sentiments of what to do next. So you're sort of, you have a choice of saying, I hear your recommendation of 4.48. I understand it's difficult, and I may not love it, but I accept your effort to go there and present that to us next week. Or you're saying, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with this, or I'm very uncomfortable with it, and asking them to go back and find something else. That's kind of where we are, and I don't know that it's as easy as, well, give us a 4.4 and a 4.2 and a 4.0 and a 3.8 and a 3.6. I think we have to express some level of either comfort with where we are and we'll process it, or discomfort with where this recommendation is and a desire to go a little bit further.
Brendan, to that point, and that's where I get confused by the guidance here, because you say, like, this is what we need to do, but then when I mention things of how to, you see I'm getting too far in the weeds. So it's like, how the hell are you supposed to do both?
Because all you really need to do is say something like, I'm uncomfortable with 4.48. I would really like to see, I don't know, 4.0. I mean, personally, that would be a statement that you might make. It is not incumbent upon you to say, let me help you do it by pointing here, 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 and here, and get rid of those things, and that'll do it. That is the administrative discretion to make those cuts and determinations based on their understanding and the needs of the district. You're giving them a target, the what, they are figuring out the how. And they need a signal for us of either I'm comfortable with this or I'm not comfortable with this. And maybe that's the first pass we need to take. I'm comfortable or I'm not comfortable. And if the majority of us are not comfortable, then we have to get a little more specific in terms of a target. Because that.
Yeah, no, it does. I
Okay.
guess where I struggle was, and I'm gonna be quick, is that I disagree with the levy, but I also disagree with the cuts in the scenarios. So that's where I struggle.
It's a double-edged sword on both sides. I think we're all feeling that feeling of both these scenarios aren't ideal,
No.
but
It's a-
do we, I think we all agree that it's a tough decision to align on either way for everyone involved.
Well, I'll go, I'm
There
gonna
was
say.
I just want to maintain, I think it was Dan, Merrill, Tara.
And mine just real quick, I don't think you should use the word comfortable or uncomfortable, because I don't think any of us are.
No,
comfortable
agreed,
with it.
agreed.
And so maybe it's like,
Situation.
maybe it's just, I don't want to, I'm not getting back to wordsmithing, but just saying, you support what the
support
administrator
it.
doing, or you don't
Correct,
support it,
correct.
you know? Because I think, like I said, I think we're all uncomfortable.
Yeah,
with
okay,
that.
fair point. Maybe I was trying to make it too nice.
Yeah.
Merrill?
So in coming up with your extras for the 2%, is it fair to say that you sat down and worked at, if we have to cut further to get to 2%, in your professional judgment, this was where those cuts could be made? You considered globally what the universe of cuts could be, and you determined that if we had to do it, these were the best of the worst options?
Yes, and it's because they have to be large ticket items. We're not gonna gain another $1.6 million by finding $29,000 here and $29,000 there, right? And so that's why we were looking at large numbered items, because if we have to cut another $1.5 million, it's gonna be big ticket items.
Tara? And
And
then.
there's only so many big ticket
No.
items.
Okay,
Yeah, good.
you're good? Okay, and then I saw, I think, Rich, yeah.
So is it the position of the administration that if we were to cut more than the 4.48, that in your feeling it would have an adverse effect on students?
Yes.
Okay. and I will say this is where trust comes in between the board and the superintendent. I'm new, I mean, you have
I agree.
control here, and if you were digging in on not going below 4.48, I suppose you could, in bad faith, give us things that were so not palatable that there wouldn't be a board member who would accept it, and you would perhaps get what you would want. And I'm not seeing that from you at first blush, of course. There are board members who've worked with you for longer than that, but we've got to rely on you that you're.
And I appreciate that. And believe me, as Dan mentioned, I'm uncomfortable with this. I don't want to recommend to the board a 4.48% increase. I wish I could come to you and say, we don't have to raise taxes at all, and we're going to maintain programs, and we're going to continue to, have the great schools that we have. I wish I could do that. I can't. It's just not possible in my role. And so I appreciate the trust that you said you have to have in me. And again, for most people I think that know me, I will. I'm an open book. I'm as honest as I can be. There's some people who might not agree on that, but again, I think when you get to know me better, you'll know that that's the case. So.
I would add, when we did the strategic plan last year, one of the questions we surveyed the community on was budget. And the feedback we got from the community on budget was interesting in the sense that the thing they wanted about the budget was information. And we've aspired to do that this year through the presentations that we've done, putting them on the website so that things are more visible and available. Certainly the committee as a whole has brought that committee conversation to the floor. But one of the other things that came through in that feedback was recognition that they did not want to see programs cut. And that was something that came through and was surprising in some way, because it was recognizing that things cost money, and the community in that feedback seemed to recognize that they wanted clarity more than they wanted to see programs cut, which was an interesting piece of feedback to get through that community process. And I know that's, if you weren't here through that process and part of that feedback, that's context that I feel has some value and may not be widely known. Stephen?
Would it be fair to say that there's probably not a single board in the state that isn't struggling with this and having to raise their taxes because of this incredulous spike of the healthcare costs mainly, but also, as we said, transportation and everything? So while it would probably be going up 2% normally to adjust for standard things, that this under 5%, while isn't anything anyone wants, might not be that crazy comparatively. Do we have any, anything to know of anywhere else to maybe help people feel more, well, we're not 12%.
We're not the only one.
Yes. So,
I don't know.
Again,
it's not out there yet, right?
I wouldn't, there is a countywide spreadsheet. Everyone's been talking about what they're proposing to their boards and what their actual tax levy is allowed to go up. And a lot of districts have what's called bank cap, so they can go up even higher than the healthcare adjustments, but everybody got a pretty significant healthcare adjustment this year. And yes, people are going up anywhere from 3.5% to 9% are things that I've seen. And a lot of them are in the 5s and 6s. As a reminder, our healthcare cost increased by $1.6 million. The extra 2.48 is actually not even 1.4, but it's probably like 1.3 million of that 1.6. So the only reason we're asking you to go above 2% is because of healthcare costs. Right. That's the only reason.
Right, a cost we have no control over.
Right.
Yes,
Right.
and so without that, I'd be able to recommend a 2% increase, and we could find some more efficiencies, just like we did this with this 1.5 million up here. But to find it, that's the only reason we're having this conversation, the only reason most boards are having this conversation around the state is because of healthcare costs.
So, question, when was the last time the district was at 2%?
2 years.
No.
Well, yeah, no, it was,
Yeah,
Yeah, it
so
was
2 years ago, we were still using bank cap, but we were giving the refund back for
Right.
debt service. So it was technically like a 1.8, so
Right.
2 years ago.
yeah, 2 years ago it was like 1.8,
And
and I
those
think the
three
year
prior
before it was
years.
like
Yeah.
1.7, 1.6.
The
Yeah.
last presentation has a slide with.
Yeah.
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 So
I don't
five.
remember the exact numbers. Prior to that, you know, I mean, I can go back 10 years, I think we had 0% increases, we had 2% increases, we did have those, yeah. That's where we got the bank cap from. The only reason we would have bank cap is if we had less than 2%, right? If you only went up 2% every year, you don't accumulate any bank cap. If you go up 1.7 instead of 2, whatever difference is between that 1.7 and 2, you get to bank that for, and use it over the next 3 years.
And the 2%, it sort of came in, prior to the 2%, districts had to go out to the vote every year.
Yeah.
And the percent they would ask, 3%, 4%, 5%, and that was perceived as something that was getting out of control. The law changed and said, hey, if you can do 2%, you don't have to go out to a vote. You're considered to be doing fiscally responsible work. And over time, and actually I think right out of the gate, there was recognition that certain costs are simply beyond your control, and we build in these allowances that you're going above 2%, but you're still considered within the range of fiscal responsibility because the state gave those flexibilities and those allowances. And so that's been the story of the past more than a decade, almost 14 years.
It actually started in 2008, and it was a 4% cap, and then it moved in 2010 to a 2% cap, and that's how it's been since then. And there are districts I know of right now, and Westfield is one of them, I saw a presentation on it, they moved their vote to April. They asked their voters to vote on their budget again, because they said we can't sustain a 2%. In a town where you have all the people in the town all run the school, that's a lot easier to do than trying to sell it to 11 or 12 different municipalities here, right? And so that's the challenge we have that they don't.
Rich or Stephen, I can't remember, I saw someone.
I mean, I was just gonna add, when you did share that data of the last 7 years of the increase, it actually came out to less than 2%.
Yep.
Stephen?
And if there was, recall something from the Brown and Brown presentations, both at Hunterdon that you linked us, as well as the one that, there was a live stream that we could have joined last month, I believe. I know I was on it. And I can't find my note, but the presenter mentioned, so maybe someone could just help me remember and bring it up to everyone else about, I think it was about the 2% cap. And so maybe that's chapter 44, is that what that is? And basically that's expiring this year, and for everyone to, or something like that, to kind of not, his suggestion was to push, or not push legislation, but for people to want legislations to not reenact that clause again, or something like that. So maybe, does anyone recall that information?
So chapter 44 dictates what we are allowed to take out of an employee's paycheck to contribute towards their health insurance. So chapter 78 is what dictated that prior. If they're in our legacy plan, it would still be chapter 78. Chapter 44 is for those new, like Garden State Health Plan, that was put in by statute. So it is sunsetting. That would be a good thing if we were able to get people to contribute more towards their health insurance. I doubt the state will end up moving in that direction, but again, that remains to be seen.
Okay.
But chapter 44 does dictate how much we're paying for our health insurance is what it is. You know, right, the shift dictates the premiums, but how much we're able to collect from employees dramatically decreased when they put in chapter 44. So ever since that's been implemented, it has been reducing how much we're able to collect for that.
So then potentially if that were to sunset and not be reenacted, it could help
It could help.
some, but not,
Right, to
who knows,
some
because
degree.
you would then be able to set what their contributions are differently, and that may future help out, which then could reverse any tax levy if it increased a lot.
So it could, if they end up taking away those options of the chapter 44 plans, they are expensive for us to offer. We could then, through collective bargaining, potentially talk about different plans, different plan designs, different employee contributions based on Chapter 78, and then that would reduce the employer cost, so that would reduce our expense or expenditure.
Is that a realistic thing to be hoping for?
I kind of recall hearing somewhere, hope is never a strategy.
Yeah, it would be a stretch.
I mean, yeah, we could talk about healthcare all night, because Chapter 78
There's so
is
many nuances to it.
Chapter 78 was, you know, I don't remember when that was enacted, right? Prior to Chapter 78, there were districts like ours that, you know, employees almost contributed nothing. You know, that was back in the day when people were becoming teachers because you got good benefits and a good pension, right? And, you know, then Chapter 78 came out, and that was implemented over a course of, I don't know, 5 years, I think. And then by the end of that, people were paying a good portion of their health benefits. The employees were paying a good portion of their health benefits by law. It was required. That was the whole purpose of Chapter 78, was to get employees of public entities to pay more of their share for healthcare. And then Chapter 44 came out, and that actually changed the bar again. And Chapter 40, now you have the option between 78 or 44, and most people are choosing 44 because it's cheaper for the employee, and then that adds the burden to us. When that does sunset, you know, whether or not they come up with something that would be beneficial to our board and our local tax levy, or beneficial to the public employees, that's gonna really be, or a combination of both, right?
Okay.
Brian, then Rich.
Mine is about the process. Next week, you want obviously to have a item to vote up or down by the board. What happens if we vote it down? We have an obligation
It's the
to.
same thing that Doug said last year, I don't know. I don't know, I think the county office expects that this board can come to a consensus and an agreement so that you can have something in your office.
Okay, so really, but the deadline is,
It
like,
is
we have to
Wednesday,
decide
Wednesday,
tonight what's gonna be on the agenda for
You
next
need
week.
to decide tonight, because I need to be able to prepare that budget that you decide. So if you decide 3% or 4.48, I need to be able to put that in this budget software, this many pages, this week.
Yeah,
So that
okay.
on Tuesday next week, that tax rate schedule can be approved by the board, and then I can finish this, so I can submit it to them by Thursday of next week.
That's the point, I guess, what I should ask, it's due
It is
this
due next
month.
week.
So we gotta get it done this month. We can't
Correct.
hem and haw and vote it down and then vote something else in April. That's too
The
late.
county office needs it next week so that they can start their review, so that they can approve it, so that we then can advertise and then have the public hearing in April. They need a 3 to 4 week window to do that.
Rich?
This may not be the conversation for this month, but what does this look like 5 years from now? I mean, even statewide officials, you hear from people all over it, like, this isn't sustainable. So, like, from an administration's perspective, are there ideas? Are there, you know?
Yeah, that's one of the main reasons that we're looking at that school regionalization efficiency program grant. Is to
And how
look
how long does that take?
So that will take anywhere from 9 to 12 months for them to, once we get approved for the grant, we get funding, we'll do an RFP to hire a consultant to do it. And then once that consultant starts the work, it'll take 9 to 12 months. Then even after that, that's really just gives us the information that we need to then even look and say to our sending districts, do we want to do this? And what is the, and then, you know, if we decide to start that process, then hypothetically, maybe 3 to 4 years, that could be in place, right? You know, again, yeah, I think some people are looking for this now, though. And it's,
Yeah, that sounds like a slog, right? You know,
but in the meantime, over the next 3 to 4 years, what we would do is continue to do what we've been doing, which is find efficiencies, you know, get grants, not have to spend money on facilities so that we can maintain staff, so we can keep class sizes where they are, and we can keep programs, and those are all the things we've been doing for as long as I can remember. So I wish I could tell you exactly what the formula is to do that, but every year we just look through those lists and we find ways to do it. And that's what we did again this year, so.
Shared services are one of those things you would call an efficiency.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So, I realize this isn't a motion sort of moment, but I guess it's more of a gut check kind of moment. Meryl, would you care to kick us off?
No, I was gonna say,
You were nodding.
this
So I
check.
went with you.
Well, because I'm agreeing with the
Yeah,
gut check, but
yes.
I was gonna volunteer all of you senior board members, and I'd like to know,
Okay.
with those of you who've been on the board for a while, if you wanna lead the gut check,
Okay.
and then,
And I will just say that usually as the chair, you know, I think theoretically, I'm not supposed to tip my hand and, you know, signal. So I might hold off on that until we heard from senior folks, then new folks, and then go from there. Dan?
Do you want me to go first?
Sure. You raise your hand.
So we're just.
Yes, this is the gut
Yeah, so-
check.
So I support what the administration is recommending. Based on what we've seen in the past, I support the recommendation going forward.
Tara or Brian is next. I don't know who's more senior.
I support the administration. I would like for the community, if we could maybe pull it down a little more to 4. But if we couldn't, and it would be detrimental to the students, but 4 just seems like a number that, you know, is a little bit more palpable to our taxpayers. You know, we have a lot in my community that, you know, are getting hit hard, but I don't want to take away from the students and their experience here in the district, so.
Understood.
Brian?
For me, it comes down to the trust that you mentioned, Meryl, and I'll support this.
Cynthia?
I'm supportive of what the administrative, recommends. I do struggle with the security cuts. I feel that's important for students, faculty, and I would like to see a more creative way of happy medium.
Okay.
So that's possible.
Understood.
Rich?
So I'm senior with 1 year on the board.
It's amazing how that happens.
You can't use that. I'm a new board member. So I don't know.
Senior, huh? Yeah, so I kind of go back, I'm a no on the supporting 4.48%. And it kind of goes back to like what these two scenarios presented for me. It's like doom and gloom, worst case, like the scenario is like, okay, let's gut the mental health clinicians, right? Or go up to scenario 1, which is 4.48%. Well, nobody wants to do that, right? So you're almost like pigeonholed to go with 4.48, because nobody, so there's gotta be a happy medium, so I'm not gonna go any further, but there's ways to get this down. I don't wanna get into the weeds of where I think it should go.
Thank you.
But, I don't support the 4.48 in its current format.
Andrea?
I think I'm gonna go, with a consensus so far and say that I generally support the administration. A little lower than 4.4 would be great, but, there's definitely things on that doom and gloom list that I don't wanna see cut, so.
Stephen?
I just have a question of, like, maybe you could tell us, obviously mental health is important, right? Why you chose to put that on there and what we would be losing cutting that, because that is a large sum of money. But so, we just see mental health and everyone's like, oh, mental health, but you put it on there for a reason potentially, other than just a big number, or maybe not. I don't, so maybe just some reasoning behind some of the doom and gloom scenario 2s to help us better understand than just the line that's there, maybe.
So mental health, the mental health clinicians are not required in the schools. So that's one of the reasons that we try to see things that, aren't required. And it's also a fairly new program. I mean, it's not, when I say new, I think it was 6 years ago we started it, right? So, but it's not something like, that's been here for 20 years and we've utilized. So again, it's something that we saw on the list as, I don't want to cut it. I think it's important to our students, but there are people that have the philosophy that, if a student needs mental health services, well, that's what they have insurance for, and they can go outside the school and get it. Why does the school have to provide that for them? And I've heard those things before, and so with that feedback, I'm not saying I agree with that stance, but I've heard that feedback, and that's why that becomes one of those things that you look at as a potential. And it's a big number, right? And that's why.
So then, these are like psychological or like school psychologists positions?
So
or
they're not school psychologists, they're clinical, so clinical social workers or licensed professional counselors who
Okay.
are contracted through the hospital, through the behavioral health department.
Right,
We actually used to use a few different companies for this. Again, we were able to save $200,000 last year by putting this out for RFP, and our local Hunterdon Behavioral Health actually was in a position to respond to that RFP. And they did, and they were able to give us the same amount of clinicians, service the same amount of students for about $200,000 less.
right.
So otherwise, we would have been looking at cutting these services probably last year. But again, they kept the cost the same this year, so we don't want to cut those.
Right.
I think it's important to our students, but again, it was a large number of something that is not required and that we have had for a shorter amount of time, that we said if we have to cut another 300,000, that's a possibility.
Do we have 5 because of the size of our student population and everything, that it just better serves? Have to have so many.
The reason it
like,
says
in that
cut
sense?
4 out of the 5 is that we actually, one of those clinicians is assigned to one of our special programs. And if we didn't have that clinician there, the students that are in there wouldn't receive the services they need, and then could potentially go out of district, which would cost us more than that, right? A lot more. So
then
definitely
that
maintain the
one
norm.
person that's being saved is only been able to serve a handful or, a few handfuls of students, and everyone else that was getting the service will no longer get them at all, right? That's not like the one left can serve everyone, kind of.
No.
Okay.
The one left has to be dedicated to that program, and that's why it's there specifically.
So Rich, does the contract work that they're paid like hourly, or do they get the same amount if they see 1 kid or 30 kids? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, it's contracted to the hospital. They don't see 1 kid. If they were seeing 1 kid, I would.
No, that's what I'm asking, like, how does that work?
So, well, the hospital gives us a cost of what it's going to cost to staff those 5 positions, and we pay that contract, and then the hospital pays the employees.
Right, but I guess what I'm saying is, how do we know how it's being utilized?
Yeah, what's the utilization?
Because we're monitoring on a pretty regular basis. I mean, Mike Schwartz.
That's my question.
Constant
So, like,
monitoring.
we have the 5, but are they being used, are they at max capacity? Are they at 50%? Are they at 30%? Like, that's my question.
Do you want to speak to that, Mike?
Sure, they're not at max capacity, but they are utilized all the time, and the size of their caseload also is not the only thing that we utilize them for. So they do have a dedicated number of students that they see regularly, but they're also doing clearances to keep kids in school that would normally be sent out of school previous years. They would have to go to Hunterdon Medical Center to get cleared to be able to return to class because they made a certain comment, certain things happened. So they are able to do those clearances and keep the kids in classes and report back to their classes instead of having the disruption of a family having to take them to the ER for a clearance, possibly, the student missing an entire day or a couple days of school before they can get that clearance to come back. And they also support other students that are walk-ins too, beyond their caseload. So they are an integral part of our counseling staff that, they're seeing students constantly and supporting our programming. And, they're utilized a lot. And they will certainly be missed if they're not with us next year.
So obviously, you would never recommend cutting that, right? Like, students would be hurt.
I would not recommend it, and my staff certainly would not recommend it, but.
I guess I was just asking to understand why it was on there, and if it had, could it, like, if it didn't, that's what I was trying to find out, is if it, so I didn't think it wouldn't. I just wanted to see why it may have been on there, other than just the large financial sum of it. So, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. I'll close out the veteran round, and then we'll start with the rookies. I am supportive of the budget. I'm supportive of the administration in figuring out the best way to do this. I'll go around the table. Mara?
I would be supportive of the budget and the administration as well.
Stephen?
I would as well. I'd like, if there was any possibility, to cut a little bit closer to 4, if it was, but I see how that would be very difficult, because you'd have to have large sums to get there. So, understandably so, I think anyone wants to absorb this cost anywhere personally as well as for our constituents, but I think we all understand that this is the guidance that'll keep us, hurt the least for everybody involved.
Rich?
I agree. I'm supportive, especially under the pretense that, you know, students will be less supported with less money, obviously, if there's any other cuts that could be made. So one quick question, and I think I know the answer, but even after this budget is approved, if you were to find other efficiencies, then that would just be money not spent that would carry over into next year's budget.
Correct. And there will be some of that,
Yeah.
but we don't know all those answers now.
Right.
We're in the middle of trying to figure out what our staffing requirements are for next year. I might be able to reduce, some staff. I don't know that yet. I wish I had that information now, but again, these budget deadlines don't allow for that, so.
Nicole?
I'd love to be able to say cut fat where you can cut fat, but there's no fat to cut. I mean, I trust you guys. I know you've all done the hard work. If this is what you recommend, best serves our students, then go for it.
Andrew?
Yeah, I'm of the same mindset. I trust the professionals that we've hired to do the job that we give them. If this is the recommendation, I think it's acceptable. I think, a lot of the ideas we've had maybe get into the weeds a little bit, but I think voicing them might at least give you some things maybe you didn't think of, right?
Yeah.
Not giving you any directions, but just ideas that are out there. As a parent of athletes,
Exactly.
that number is huge,
Yeah.
and it hangs over everything, so,
Okay.
I'm not gonna say anything beyond that.
All right, so I'm hearing a majority support, I think. But I'm also hearing, if we were to come back next week and there was the possibility to trim a little bit more, we would appreciate everything that moves us south of this number. Is that a fair charge for the next week? Okay.
I just have one thing to add. I would just personally not feel comfortable with slashing any mental health services. I think it's something that is underfunded, underattended. I would not feel comfortable seeing that. So if the way that you guys would be looking at making any further cuts would be in the mental health services area, it's not worth it in my mind.
Understood.
Okay. Yes, Brian. Thought we were there.
What round number, kind of ish number is the reduction in revenue due to us not charging seniors for parking?
It's about $40,000.
Yeah, it was 40,000 between the two schools.
Between the two schools, okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. So finance, facilities, transportation. There's a whole bunch of other items on there.
So 10.1 we've already addressed at length. Excuse me. So 10.2, the ratification of emergency facility repairs. Everyone is aware of the district office issue that we had with the pipe bursting. There will be a resolution on here for the board to ratify the emergency service that we needed to bring in. It was a co-op vendor that ended up coming in under the bid threshold. So it turns out we really didn't need to call an emergency, but we did proactively, not knowing how much this would cost based on how much water we saw that morning. So we were fortunate. The number is just south of 40,000. Again, we have insurance for this. There's a pretty low deductible. I think we've already shared that with the board. So that will be mostly covered by insurance. And again, the rebuild is what's something that we're working on. But again, this is just the ratification of acknowledging the emergency and the cost that was associated. The semi-corrective action plan is required to be submitted with the budget. Every year we have a semi-corrective action plan because we're never seen to be performing at the level that they deem necessary at the state. But if, as you see the attachment, it's really getting the parents to respond to our communications to them. So we do our best to get them to respond. But again, the honor is on them at some point as well. So you'll see that attachment there. The contract with Honeywell. I sent this to Phil Stern over a week ago. I've asked now Bush Law Group to take a look at this. This is time is of the essence with something like this. This is the grant that I shared with the board last month. If I can get it to you for next week, we will be in line for some or a portion of the funding that's available for the New Jersey Perfect Grant. If I can get that contract to you next week, the intention would be for Honeywell to submit the grant application for us, and then if approved, if we get the funding, we can then decide if we want to accept. So we will make sure that the contract with Honeywell states that we will not be paying anything to Honeywell unless it's successful, and then we can decide whether it makes sense for our district or not.
Is this for,
This would
do we
be,
know what the project's for, or?
it's a combination of sorts, so.
I looked up the program,
Yes.
but it's, do we have projects that we know?
We have 3 of the 5 components, one of them being on-site renewable energy, which instead of the rooftop solar, we could do canopies over the parking lots.
Okay.
Obviously, that's substantial cost, so that's part of the, doesn't make sense, based
Right.
on the cost of how much it will cost. The energy efficiency improvement is the other piece that we would be fulfilling along with the refrigerant replacement part of the grant. Those 2 would be fulfilled by HVAC projects at both buildings. So each building would have its own application. Voorhees would be able to upgrade the boiler, or the chiller, the large chiller that feeds the whole building. And then North would have the one section of the building that we weren't able to touch behind the theater that had some reasoning that we couldn't do it in the last round of the grant application a few years ago. So we could target that area and get that HVAC improvement done under the grant.
Great. Excellent.
I had a quick question. What's the holdup on getting that?
I sent this to Phil a week and a half ago and I got no response. So by today, I decided I had to get Bush Law Group involved. That's something that I want to talk about at the end of all the agenda items, if I'm not responsive.
And that was
Council.
something they had reached out to me, and I said, if you need to access other counsel to expedite,
Okay,
then do.
okay.
So if I can get the contract to you, great. If not, we'll just see if the funds are available for the following month. 10.5, the insurance company has assigned Comegna Law Group per the request of the insurance carrier at their hourly rate. So again, this is covered by insurance, so you're approving the hourly rate. However, we will not be paying this amount. This will come directly from the insurance company.
What is this for?
This is for an insurance matter, an insurance agreement. So they're allowed to pick the legal counsel, so they are picking Comegna Law Group for that insurance.
And they're one of our law groups that represent us.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
it was our
Right. So
form of
since the board
agreement.
hasn't already approved Comegna, we approved the other vendors. We just have to approve it at that hourly rate so that the insurance company can pay that on our behalf.
And that's the rates that they charge us outside of charging the insurance to, is that like the same anyways? And that's just, the insurance is paying them, so we just have to say, yeah, you can
We're just
use.
authorizing, yes, that amount.
Those are the same rates they did provide in an RFP previously, so I know they're the same rates.
This is just a proactive thing, or is there actively something that your insurance company needs our insurance?
They
needs it,
need the
whatever?
board to approve
Yeah.
this so that they can provide the insurance coverage for the representation,
Is the district being
So
sued?
it's insurance for,
an insurance matter, yes.
Is the district being sued?
I would defer this to legal counsel, that's not here.
It's a legal
So I
matter,
wouldn't, yeah, I wouldn't.
So we're not
go
going to discuss it in
further
public.
Are we gonna discuss it in executive session? Because I'm here, like, I have no idea what this is, so I don't, like,
Okay.
All legal goes through executive session.
that's what I'm asking.
Okay, so that would be an executive session matter. So tuition contracts for Hunterdon County Vocational School, the full-time on-site academy programs and the shared time Polytech, you're gonna see that based on ASSA enrollment. They typically approve these contracts now so that they can have the programs in place for next year. They're all based on this year's October headcounts for who was in the program for last year. And then you'll see these subsequently approved again in August, and then typically November again, as we true up those figures. We will only pay the vocational school for the students that actually attend. This is only to lock in the programs and an estimate of how many students will be attending. This is not actual numbers, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
Same thing with coordinated transportation. This is for us to lock in that coordinated transportation with Hunterdon County ESC and with Warren County Special Services. We have routes with both of them right now, so they just want us to be able to authorize them to continue for next year. And again, there's always, there's advantages to coordinated transportation with both of them because they can always double up on routes if there's special education students all going to the same out-of-district placement. They can coordinate that for us. Yep.
I have a question about the transportation. I know this is just the general approving that we'll do it, but it says the agreed, now therefore is that the consideration of prorated contracts costs, so it's like, there's no cost there because it's somewhere else, I guess, it's saying that we've approved that cost before, but it's
We will see.
prorated.
So this is to authorize them to represent us for coordinated transportation. If they actually do a route for a student next year, you will see that route in July, August, and you'll have all of those approvals separately.
But
So even though there is an amount here, you will get the amount.
is there, so and that's like obviously, the cost is estimated in the budget as to what it will be next year based on a prorated, like it increases 2%, 3%, whatever, like is that?
So we'll take current year routes and then we'll estimate, CPI, or if we have to go out to bid, we'll estimate, slightly higher amounts. So we're doing that separately in the budget, yes.
Okay. And then one other thing at the bottom of the last title, Title D, Title 5, it says that it's understood and agreed upon by all parties that the Board of Directors of Hunterdon County ESC is not responsible for its transportation contractor's failure to provide services agreed upon herein. So they're kind of like saying, oh,
Bit of an
well,
indemnity
if you,
clause
yeah, like
there.
if the kid misses or if one of our contracted bus drivers doesn't pick up a kid, it's not our fault. Is that kind of what it says? And then like how's it's corrected and whose fault is it and who pays for that route? Or obviously then are we getting it deducted from our tuition costs because it was a planned route in a, this is the cost for all of your routes, but that route was missed. We're not getting that back? And that's kind of what that says there. And is there anything
Technically, even though we allow them to do our coordinated transportation and figure out all of our routes, we technically do contract directly with, let's say, Kraft. If Kraft bids on one of our routes, we are contracting with Kraft. Hunterdon ESC is just assisting us in making sure that all of our routes are as efficient as possible and that we're sharing routes with other districts and that we're doing that shared service opportunity. But technically, those contracts are ours to maintain with the vendor. So I think they're just indemnifying themselves that if there's an issue between us and a vendor, it's kind of still between us and a vendor.
Okay, so I was under the conception that that we were hiring them as the broker to hire the transportation companies.
Okay.
That's how that wordage was, I was interpreting that. So
Okay.
I understand that we're then, from what you said then, we're contracting we're putting the contracts in place with those transportation providers and ESC is just helping us with managing those
The management of
people. Okay,
the contract,
those,
correct.
so it could be Kraft, it could be Dealman, it could be whoever is the bus owner. ESC doesn't own the buses, they're just helping us with transportation.
In lieu of
needs.
us having a transportation coordinator and a
Okay.
director of transportation, we have them do the management. So
Okay.
they have kind of an administrative office that does all of that back-end work.
Then that makes sense now. That Title B makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Training and travel is attached, district donations, and district property that we are looking to dispose. Everything else will be attached for Friday for the financial reports. And the last item that I did want to bring up is the legal services issues that we've been having. As administration, we have a list of ongoing items that have been non-responsive from Taylor Law Group. So we had asked Brendan to utilize our special counsel in some instances this week when we weren't getting responses, and we would recommend that we go out for RFP. This is not board action, this is just something that we would let you know about, that we feel it's important to have strong legal services and answers to our questions quickly. So if we go out for RFP, it would be soon. And, we can talk about how that committee would work if you wanted board representation when we evaluate those submissions, we can happily do that as well.
Okay.
I have a question on that. Has Mr. Stern been told that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Because I just didn't want to make sure he was finding out for the first time if he's,
That we were reaching out to other counsel.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I'm talking about the,
Going out to RFP.
correct.
Yeah.
Yep, well, that was mentioned at a public meeting prior to this.
So, no, but he's aware, so he's aware,
Oh,
that's
yeah,
what
he's
you wanna
well
do.
aware. Yes.
Stephen?
Would someone be able to share with the new board members what our legal counsel structure is, just briefly, as to how many different representatives we have and what their costs are and what they represent us in? And maybe that's, yeah, use this, I don't know, I'm sorry, yeah.
So I can get you a list with all the costs, I don't know all the costs.
Sure.
But typically what we used to have was we would have general counsel and we would have special counsel. And special counsel was really there in case general counsel couldn't provide the services that we needed. And the last time we went out for RFP, we actually picked 4 different law firms. One is general counsel, one is a special education counsel, one is a labor and relations counsel, and Oprah counsel, sorry, Oprah was thrown in there as well. And then the 4th one was special counsel. So the 2 in the middle are sort of specialized as to what the board hired them to do. The other 2 are general, but one is supposed to be used primarily, and the other one is there in case the other one can't provide those services for whatever reason, whether it's a conflict or whether it's not available. Or in the interim, when Phil was moving from DeFrancesco Bateman to Taylor Law Group, we had used Bush Law Group because we didn't have representation to the board at that point. There was a time frame that we didn't have it. So that's what special counsel is there for.
And Bush is the special counsel, I'm sorry?
Bush is our special counsel, correct.
They've been our special counsel.
Yeah, they have.
They have
For
for a
while.
long time.
Yeah. I hold tenure here.
Have they ever been the primary counsel?
They actually didn't want to be,
Okay.
right? Is that?
No, they responded to the RFP last time and wanted to be special counsel, but it was determined that they-
General counsel.
Or general counsel, I'm sorry.
General counsel, yeah.
But we named them as special.
I seem to remember that they,
Brian?
Does the board need to approve that? You can go to RFP.
We go to RFP. We just want to let you know, this was sort of a committee meeting. We want this is, again, something we would
This is what we
typically
would
talk about in the
normally
FFT committee.
Right.
And so we're starting to finally get our,
Yeah, my point is,
Committee
if you
fee.
needed our opinion about it, please
Yeah.
put it on the agenda.
Are we, how far are we into our current agreement with our current lawyers?
Not even a year.
well, we're less than a year. We actually are much less than a year because they switched law firms.
Right. I mean, but for all 4,
For the actual attorney, it's been since July 1st.
July, okay.
If you would ask me what I would structure the RFP, I think I would have the start date be July 1st, so it could be starting at the fiscal year, and then it would just make sense to have that.
Yeah.
So we could go out for RFP in the next few weeks, we could have it open for, the 20-day mandatory timeframe, and then maybe an extra week or 2, just to make sure there's enough respondents. So then by the end of April, May, we could have discussion on what the respondents were, what the pricing looks like, and then have the recommendation of the board in June, so that it could be a July start.
would we, sorry.
That's all right, I don't want to discourage it, and if we feel like we need a change, we should go for a change. I just want to avoid going out for RFPs every
Agreed.
8 months.
Agreed. There's a lot of work to do.
We don't like to go out every year for
Right.
RFP. It's usually a 3 to 5 year process depending on the service. But in this case, I feel it's necessary.
And then would that, with our new setup, would that come to a working session, or would we have an ad hoc to review the?
So the way we would structure this is we would probably ask particular board members to be a part of a committee to review all the documentation or review RFPs, help us make a decision that then we would present to the board as a recommendation, and then the board would talk about that at one of the work sessions and then vote on it at the next work session.
And interviews would be to that committee or to the board?
Last time it was in the committee structure.
So last time a board ad hoc committee was formed for this, the last time we did this, which was a year ago. Rich was on that committee, so he could speak to it if he needed to. But in the previous times that we've done RFPs for legal services, it was usually, the administration would collect all the RFPs. We would develop a short list of people that we felt would provide the services to us that the district needed. And then we would usually bring it up in FFT, on who we're recommending, and then they would recommend to the board, and then the board would vote on it.
Got it.
There was board input when we hired. I think there was 1 or 2 board representatives on our administrative team that when we got to like the last round of legal counsel interviews, there was questions from the board could input questions into a Google sheet, And then we could ask them those specific questions and then report back out to the board what their answers were.
Okay.
And this was just like the final 2 candidates. If we-
Yeah.
Right, the short list.
It was
Right, the
short
short,
list.
yeah, short list.
Makes sense.
And I think that was in 2019.
Once I get to the point of getting the responses, then, we can refine it.
And again, we can sort of do in between what we did last time and what we did before, up to what the board wants, so.
Is our contract is with Logan,
Correct.
not just Phil?
Yeah, it's with
So-
tail over.
In theory, we could be talking to, I mean, when we send Phil a request, he could have someone else respond, right? I mean, but still, it's just not a response?
That's the end of.
That's it? Okay. Community Relations and Student Affairs. I see we have a couple of club proposals.
These are all volunteer clubs, but if you read descriptions of them, I think they all sound like great clubs.
Yeah.
Sure. And again, they're all on a volunteer basis now, so this isn't costing the board anything, but we asked the board to approve it so that it can go on the list. And then what happens is other paid clubs drop off, volunteer clubs move up based on seniority and they get paid.
Delegates reports. I don't know if we have anything.
We don't right now, no. May is the next delegate assembly, so.
Right. And the closest thing we might have at this point is the
County,
folks who,
yeah. We
want
have
to.
county,
Yeah.
Hunterdon County School Board meeting will be in April, so I'll send you guys all a reminder for that.
Do you know the date by chance yet? or-
I don't have it on top of my head.
It's okay, you
but-
could just send it to
Yeah,
me.
yeah, and it'll be at the chalet. And it'll be our end of the year because they'll be doing the teacher and all those recognitions, so
And I
it'll be a
just-
good one.
And I just wanted to thank Tara, Brian, and Rich for making it out to the Unsung Heroes event, which was, again, nice county representation as well.
Yeah, it was a great night.
It was a great evening.
Okay, so we have a call for a motion and a second to adopt resolution 03-17261 for an executive session to discuss matters reflected in the attached resolution. The board expects to be in executive session for approximately 45 minutes, and upon return to public session, action will be taken. Can I get a motion? Motion. Dan, second. Andrea, thank you. All in favor? Aye. Opposed, abstention? No? I'm calling for a motion and second to reconvene public session. Can I get a motion? Dan, can I get a second? Rich, Cynthia, sorry, I think Rich just took you out. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Obviously, we have our personal and executive session minutes for review. And the additional ones, hold on, the February ones are,
Need two executive sessions.
oh, that's right, okay, so multiple Februarys, right, because now we have executive every time we have a meeting. Okay. And old and new business. I'm sorry?
New,
Okay.
I looked, it's April 30th, and it's at the Chalet. It's for our Hunterdon County School Board meeting, so.
There's no RSVP of some sort.
Yeah, you go onto your school board account and just register, it's free, but,
Or just wait and they'll send you an email.
yeah, we'll send you an email.
What was that again? I'm sorry.
April 30th.
Yes.
Something else you have?
Food was good last time.
And this is
Okay,
good, because
okay.
it's the teacher
That's
of the
the
year.
celebrating the teacher of the year, so that means somewhere between now and, in a month's time-ish.
It'll be announced.
The teacher of the year will be
The
chosen.
Hunterdon County will.
Well, the Hunterdon County Teacher of the Year will be.
The building level ones have already happened.
Yeah, the ones from Northern Voorhees have already happened.
Have already happened.
Yes.
And so, okay.
So this will be
So,
the county,
I
yeah.
guess last year we happened to celebrate a North teacher.
Yes.
As the
Just
county.
because
It was the county,
it
yep.
was a coincidence.
Mhm.
Yes, the Teacher of the Year from last year was from Northern.
Yeah, okay, I was just thinking, well, it'll be enough, okay.
Anything else under old or new business? Okay, can I get a call for a motion and a second to adjourn? Can I get a motion? Cynthia, would you like it? All right, Cynthia, got it? Second? Andrea? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstained? None? All right, that's a wrap,
St.
folks.
Patrick's Day.
It is.
Yes. Oh, still St. Patrick's Day.
Still got 40 minutes to celebrate.
That's it.